무용.
Hey man, what's going on, man? Wait, I'm not even sure if this is working. Yeah, no, it should be. I'm not very well practiced at this. It's actually been 2 months. I forgot, like, all the steps and how to do stuff. I think I'm good now. I think it's all good. Only problem is, I played a bunch of Guild Wars earlier in the day, and I finished a bunch of stuff that I can't do over again until tomorrow. But dailies just reset, so I can do those at least. Do I have any good music? I should probably try and find an album. Or just play the usual stuff, sure. My audio is working, right? I'm not just talking to myself. Okay, maybe not this. I love Wii music. I'm not in the mood for it right now. At least not vocals. Sure. Okay, what's the objective here? Oof. I really should try and hit something. I might not end up getting any credit for this. I came back with a whole new build, and I'm not good at playing it yet. In fact, I'm not even sure if it's any good. I got a full set, a Celestial for Guardian, and now I feel like playing Guardian. Feels Guardian, man. I tried playing Greatsword Berserker set, died instantly, and then thought I hated Guardian. Just turns out I'm not very good at the game, and I need my gear to hold my hand. Trails, for fuck's sakes, can people hear me? I never know when I'm talking to myself. Okay, you can hear me. Hobo just chooses to ignore me. Can you hear the dog shit coming out of my mouth right now? Yeah, real rude. So rude, he gave me $2.50. What a rude man. And then you gave me $2.50 and I shut the stream off. Classic, Mock. But stuff was seriously broken. Just bad timing. But I fixed it. I fixed it in record time, which is to say, like, not like a day or two. But it's like I was trying to fix it on stream, and I decided, fuck it, I'll turn off stream and fix it. And then the minute I turned off stream, I found the solution. It's like, fuck. Could have just kept going. Yeah, well, some things don't get fixed so fast. Dude, I've never done this event before. This is a weird one. It's like, I guess you have to drain out the morale by standing on waypoints. But they keep moving around, and the event doesn't tell you where they are. And you were meant to do this without flying mounts back in the day. Like, navigating all this shit with no mounts. Yeah, this game looks like a clusterfuck. It's true. It's fun, but it looks like just random chaos. At least there's a lot of stuff to do, though. Unfortunately, I did a bunch of the daily stuff earlier in the day, and now I can't do it now. Yeah, I don't know where I'm supposed to be. I probably should just fly around and hit stuff. I can't see any markers, so I guess this is supposed to be kill Flame Legion. That's cool. I'll send all T.H.A.Rs to hell. I guess it does. I was looking for rings, but when it comes to morale, it's basically, yeah, you have to kill. We did the rings, now we do morale. I might be dog shit at Guardian so far, because I just started, but you gotta say, the rotations are dog shit. The glam's on point, though. I wanted to have a great sword, but that's a different build. This is Firebrand, so you really need to have a torch and a one-handed weapon. I just need to find a good glam. Because I'm using the Glyphic set now, which looks cool, but I like to find a better scepter and a torch with a blue fire to match the fact that, you know, the whole point of Guardian is to have brew frame. So you have brew frame mechanics, but yet you have a torch that has an orange flame. This shit's fucked, dude. I won't stand for it. Unfortunately, getting glams in this game can be really difficult and expensive. Like, both in-game and with your time and with your real money. Like, it could be any of those things, or all three. Hobo, I will not forgive you. No, I will forgive you. If you stay here and talk to me for a bit, I'll forgive you. You guys still playing 14? Might be in a bit of trouble there. They're actually resuming the house demo in the next patch. So it's like, oh shit. This can be a problem, because right now we have people logging onto the guild and keeping the house from being destroyed. But sometimes people will say they're doing it, and then they don't. And then all of a sudden the house gets demolished. And I know that because I accidentally did that to somebody once, where they said, hey, can you look after the house? And then, whoops. So I don't want it to happen again. But yeah, next patch I'm gonna have to be more careful. I was able to like log in for the free period, but that didn't reset anything because the patch hasn't hit yet, so. Man, losing that house is like my biggest fear in life. True. Anyway, that event was cooked. I hope the next one's a bit faster. Yeah, like paying $20 every couple months to keep a virtual house doesn't sound like that much, but I'm a poor boy, so I have to be careful. And these events are happening in new areas. I can't just go to the new events. I have to go and get the waypoints first. It feels like every time I turn around, I'm on a new character that doesn't have a map clear done. But Guardian, I have a bunch of stuff done in fuck. Heart of Thorns expansion. I was gonna say Path of Thorns, Heart of Fire. But I don't have much cleared in Tyria. So at the time it took me to get here, the event ended, so I probably should just collect more waypoints until... Why is the sky on fire? My god. It's the final days. Wow. I was excited to see first time chat and it's a fucking bot. Unless it's not. Remember the time the guy came in offering an Amazon code and I thought he was a bot and I shit talked him? Says, hi, I want to offer promotion of your channel, viewers, followers. Yeah, that seems, yeah. If that is a real person, I'm not sorry, go to hell. You got my hopes up for nothing. No, it literally is the end of days. But this is before. Wait, no, this is about the same time as 14. Like, funny how a lot of these MMOs came around at the same, like the exact same time. Like T.A.R, Blade and Soul, Guild Wars 2, and 14 came out at the same time. That's fucking crazy. It doesn't seem that way. Wait, I can't go in? Invisible wall? Well, at least give me the waypoint. Yeah, there we go. Invisible wall is one thing, but at least if I can touch... Okay. Actually, when I first I did my first test there, a guy came in like 5 seconds after I hit live and posted peep binoculars. And then he left. Refused to elaborate, leaves, Giga Chad. I already missed that guy. There's like some giant fortress of hell and suffering over here. It's one of the OG dungeons that nobody does anymore. Citadel of Flame. I wonder what they do in there. Okay, we'll go over there later, get the waypoint. We have an event. This area is wonderful. Wait, this is the event? Guess so. Cool. I don't know if I'm doing any damage, but cool. The final days were upon us. I gotta say, this looks actually more hellish than the final days, and this is just a normal day in Ascalon. Like, there's nothing even just going on. This is just how this place is. I'm helping. You don't really know. You seriously, like, even more so than in 14, you have to install a parse in this game to know if you're doing good damage, because the rotations are more like WoW's, where it's like freeform. I mean, not really freeform, but it's not like the devs set out to have a job that plays one way, and then you just have to figure it out, and even if it's difficult, there's only like one way to play a job. Guild Wars 2 is in a million ways, and most of them are wrong. So sometimes, you know, you're hitting all your buttons and you're doing absolute jack shit. And it's because you forgot to learn how to do stuff. So I go on Guardian, and I might put up 35 stacks of burning on an enemy, and be doing no damage because I fucked something up. But I think this is actually pretty good damage considering I'm running Celestial. So yeah, I know this means so much. Man, this is how it is. I just run around and talk shit. I'm not even sure where the waypoints in this area are. There's... Oh, I guess I already have 16 out of 18. Jesus. Yeah, so one's got to be, yeah, they got to be like over here. I'm going the complete wrong direction. Two more. I'm not even sure how I got 16. I guess I had been in this area before and just didn't remember. Like, all my characters are like really just various amounts of completion. Like, I know that only Elementalist and Necromancer actually have like the entire map cleared. The rest of them are just kind of be like, wherever I went, I just got some stuff and then left. But waypoints are like really important because imagine in 14 you're trying to do like S ranks and you don't have the waypoints. It's the same thing except, you know, every area has like 15. So you kind of have to prep your area a bit if you want to be able to go back there and move around quickly. Like even with a mount, if you don't have waypoints, you won't reach any events before they're finished. Unless it's bullshit like that one we just did with the T.H.A.R morale, but most events are not like that. Okay, there's an event going on, but I think I'm gonna get these waypoints first. So one right there, and there should be one up by the dungeon. Oh, boys. So I was thinking about buying one of those microphones that guys use for VR headsets. Because I find that ever since I switched to having a stationary mic, I find I'm always like hunched up over it, trying to keep the distance. Back when I first started streaming, I had like just a shitty Logitech headset, and the audio wasn't that good, but I liked it more because you could actually just like move around and not worry about like where your audio is. And some of the microphones, like some of the dongles you get now are actually pretty like high quality compared to like 10 years ago. So it might actually be like worth it to not like try to set up like a podcasting situation and just like get something on your headset so you can like sit down and enjoy streaming and not be worried about your studio quality bullshit that nobody cares about. Because I was watching some people do like VR chat stuff and I'm like, hey, their audio sounds pretty good, but it's like obviously they're not sitting at a desk, like they're running around a room fucking smashing into walls. So I was thinking, like, what are they using? And it turns out that they're using dongles. They're just, like, getting kind of high quality now, so cool. Nobody cares, but I thought it's cool. You can get, like, a good one for, like, 200 bucks, which might be a good investment if and when I have money. But I'm going to, like, reconsider a lot of stuff after I move out of this place. It'll be, like, new apartment, new me. Okay, here's the event. Sure was some damage. Look at all the little numbers. Like dots in this game are like so satisfying compared to the dots in 14 because they tick really fast and they give you a really good visual feedback. Like there's something about dots, that dots are only satisfying when the UI surrounding them is actually like WoW and Guild Wars 2 have a good way of like giving feedback on the fact that you're like roasting a guy to death. Whereas 14, it's just like it ticks every 3 seconds, so it just feels shitty. Just feels fucking awful. That's like a weird thing. Hi, Polka. Cock? Yeah, like it sounds like a real actually like kind of point. But I feel like the only thing that makes dots fun in games Or like the most important thing to making dots feel fun in games is actually the UI. It feels weird, but it's true. Wait, was that all the events for this area? Did I already do them? Yeah, somehow I just finished 4 events and didn't even realize it. So I could mine in Maguma and do bounty in Desert Highlands. See, that can be kind of like, that can take a while. Miner for sure. And that's in all the Heart of Thorns areas. And then we'll figure out what to do after that. Did you take a break? Yeah, something came up about 2 months ago and I definitely had to take a break. But I need to get back to it now. You can't just sit around forever like letting stuff happen. Because I didn't even realize till a few days ago that I'd been gone for 2 months. I thought it was like a month. So it's like, oh shit, like Christmas is coming up. It's like I gotta restart or I'm just never gonna restart again. Also, calling it a break is kind of weird. Because that makes it sound like it was a choice. It really wasn't a choice. It was like, yeah, I need some time. What's the objective? Parts? Where are the parts? That's just fucking fire. What's in there? You're supposed to break these? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Surrounded by a bunch of bugs. Okay, so the fire's gone now. I'm not really sure what I did. Oh, did I just like fan out the flame? Nope, that's not doing shit. Okay. Chat, how do I put out fire? Surely if I throw my body in it, that will be enough to smother the flames. Also, I'm not even sure why I'm doing this. I'm not supposed to be doing events here. I'm supposed to be mining. It never fails. The moment I start doing this stuff on stream, the retardation level goes through the roof. I was actually doing pretty good at this game. And now I'm huge stupid. Oh, God. I switched my hotkeys today, so I'm messing some stuff up. I keep going to get on my mount, and instead I use my breathe fire ability, which is really not a good trade-off. Safe forever. I know that MMOs will always have an end date, but somehow in my mind I'm thinking like I need to protect that house until the end of time. Hobo, can you promise me the house will stay put until the end of time? Can you fucking promise me that? I don't think anybody wants to be a miner, period. It's kind of a weird thing. Like, if I was to log back on for every update of 14, then I would probably never lose the house. But the thing is, am I going to log in for every update of 14? Because the actual patch cycle is longer than the cycle it takes for them to demolish your house. So it's like, yeah, I'm going to be checking in from time to time. But if I don't have Hobo, or if I don't have somebody like looking at the house, I guess I'll worry about that down the road. That's not going to be a problem now. In fact, there's still a bit of time until the next patch comes out anyway. So the timer's not even going to start until we hit 6.3. Are we in 6? I always ask that question. All the man-over weapons. Jesus Christ. I'm not going to fall into the trap of getting all the relics now. I might be able to do the one that I care about. Getting all relics is just shit you do when the game is your job. And that's, for me, not really the case anymore. You know, Jarrell, Yoshi's not going to invite you to dinner if you get all the relics. Well, actually, maybe he will. There can't be that many people now who actually have all the relics. See, there was like threads on Reddit years ago about like, hey, I got all the Heavensward relics and I got all the Iramaborn relics. And people were like, what the fuck is this? But then time gets away from us. You realize there's been, how many more expansions? I don't know how many people actually have every single relic now. Because that is some degenerate shit. I guess what that technically means is that it's from a certain point of view, you have the most powerful weapons for every job. It just takes a while for that to be true. Invite me to Smash. You see, this is how fucked up I am. I'm not even sure which form of Smash you're referring to. Because both are equally sexually degenerate. Dude, mining nodes here? I'm not even sure why I come into this place to mine. I should have gone down to Orc Basin. Or like the joke that Mandalore made. Smash players practice the wrong form of grooming. Oh god, fucking raptors. If you don't pay attention to these things, you'll just die. Well, that's kind of more of a nightmare for Mirage. I think Guardian's probably one of the most equipped to burn fucking packs of raptors. Wait, I just saw a mining node. Where did it go? I really wish the nodes would appear on the main map, or to have an option. Oh, it's way down. It kept disappearing. Raptors. Oh no, my poor inventory. This character doesn't have as many bags as the Mesmer, so it's actually even more scuffed. I'll need to find a merchant. So what are the choices here? Do bounties. Do a jumping puzzle. That sounds more fun. It's really bad. It's basically like default bags. But I had to look up every single puzzle because I don't remember them. This one's in... Wait, is it this one? Oh no, this is not the one I was thinking of. You see a jumping puzzle in Caledon Forest, and I just think about climbing up the tree. Fucking getting eaten alive, Jesus. Okay, get out of this hellhole. Thing is, I don't have Caledon Forest mapped. So I don't know where this is. Okay, I still don't know where this is. The Verdants. Okay, I'll just clear. I don't have time to look at maps. I need the waypoints anyway. Okay. I'll try to stay sane in the meantime then. As long as I have one person in chat to talk to. But I don't want to. Waypoint. This sounds like the menu theme of Fate Stay Night. Like a lot, wow. Oh, it's right there. I was like, there's no green up here. It's like, I didn't go south enough. I went right around the area I was supposed to go around. Or supposed to... Yeah. Yep. Yep. You know, what I could have done was just follow the mentor badge, because usually people camp out of the puzzle. I don't know what to listen to, jeez. Okay, well that album doesn't work. I'm not sure I've done this one before. Oh, wait a minute. I can do this. Just don't shut my glider off. That's the real jumping puzzle. The puzzle is how to not to do the puzzle. Okay. Well, I should get my bags cleared out. I can do some of the winter event stuff, but I feel like I want to just do world bosses until I've finished all of them. To be honest, I just need gold. I just need to do whatever gets me gold. I need to finish up this build. Stop breathing fire. Get on your dragon. Man, dude, all this music sounds so weird to me today. Like, I don't know how to play something too quiet, but I don't want to play something too loud either. No, crazy idea. I could just play the in-game audio. Imagine that. Because I was like, I'll play some Skyrim music, and I realized it's the same composer. I might as well just play the in-game music, since I like it. Okay, what can we dump here? Oh no, if I hit salvage, I'm going to salvage everything.
Oh, I know of a good use for this.
I need to start like destroying piles of bloodstone dust because my inventory is way too full. And I have like 10 stacks of 250 and I have no more places to put them. Only thing is though, when you need that stuff, you really need it. I think one day I'll have to buy more bank slots.
I say, less violence.
It's like I'm running out of shit. You know, like I can't store infinite piles of bloodstone dust. I wish you could stack them into like bigger stacks, like 1,000. Just in general, that'd be really good for the game to have bigger stacks. You could have just said hello, EC. Hello works just as fine. Hello, chat. Please talk to me. I'm so desperately lonely. Okay, I'm going to check the trains here. I know I did some of them, but there's some that I haven't done. Right now we're doing... Oh, it's Gollum. Shit. Can I get there quickly? Where is it? It's like, fuck. I don't know where it is. Here? Yeah, I think it's here.
How's it?
You might have missed the streams more than I missed the streams. Well, hopefully, I can get used to it again and actually, like, have good content and not, like, stumbling over my words and shit. I really got out of practice. How do I... Oh, fuck. Did I just miss it? God damn it. I was like 5 seconds. Well, actually, I would need to do some damage. I didn't even get to tap it. Oh well. Maybe I'm streaming long enough to catch the next spawn. When is the next spawn anyway? Three hours? Okay. Maybe I can do that. What's next? The jungle worm. I think I did do this one. I kind of wish you got like a few more rewards for just like spamming them. Okay, what the fuck was that? Jesus. It's right here. Okay. I kind of play FF, but I'm playing FF more as like a personal game now because I can't really stream it anymore, so. Like, for all intents and purposes, I'm still like up on FF, but there's not going to be any more of this like obsessive like day-to-day knowledge shit, because, you know, if you're not playing it every day, you kind of fall behind on stuff. But yeah, I still do all the patches and stuff. I need to also learn like what people are actually farming, because I've done Dragon's End before. I know how that all works, but the other stuff, like I have no idea what levy farm is. Well, actually, to be honest, I could just join and find it. Wait, no. No, that's in Seitung. I have that unlocked. Yeah, that's actually the only area I have unlocked. I haven't done the story yet. So it's like, yeah, I have no idea what this is. I guess we're going to find out. I don't know if things are good or not, because I play a lot of Gacha now, and Gacha's like terrible. So I have my head filled with that. And that's like the worst. I guess I'm in the right zone. Like, I can't make some like giant speech about like the state of gaming, but one thing I know for sure is that every year that goes by, the big high budget titles become like shittier for like a person who wants to have something for them, because it's all being designed for like the most mass appeal possible. And like they got like teams of psychologists on the dev teams now so they can make the shit more addicting and fuck, and then you feel terrible when you play it. But it makes the most money because it gets the most people playing it. So every year it goes by, like games become like less. It's like harder to find a game that's like more special. But that might also just because as you get older, you just get worse at finding things that are special, because everything that was special to you was probably something that happened to you when you were younger. As far as games go. Like, you'll never find like your favorite game again because you already have your favorite game. You know what I'm saying, chat? So it's just hard. Like, I'm trying to play Genshin, and sometimes when I'm playing Genshin, I just feel like it's the worst thing in the world, because I feel like just by playing it, it means I'm like tacitly accepting that this kind of game is a good thing, and I want to uninstall it, but I can't because it's Genshin, and you just can't uninstall Genshin.
Teach a man to fish.
Teach a man to fish, and he shall drown. Okay, what actually is the purpose of any of this stuff? Yeah, well, don't play Genshin. No matter how big it gets, it's not worth it. Like, unless you're doing it like socially, like you have a bunch of friends. But I could probably say that about any game now. Like, if any game you're playing right now is not like social, or like you're playing it for like an actual purpose, it's best just to not play it. Like, I play Genshin by myself, and it's just, ugh. Okay, so whatever they're doing here, it's fishing. So I joined a fish farm. I'm not really interested in fishing. What else do we have? I guess they're trying to find Leviathan by fishing. I'm not really sure that's the way you want to go about it, but okay. We have the 24/7 Silverways farm. I guess I could do that for now, but I ran out of keys, and I have no idea how to get more keys. So, kind of takes the fun out of it. Also, teleporting to Cantha is really expensive. Like, I just burned 20 silver right there. I need that silver. I feel like the teleport costs are like based around people who actually like play the game a lot and make a lot of gold. Because fuck, man. You don't know Guild Wars 2? Well, I'm not sure I can explain it. It's an MMO. It's a different style, for sure. It's more WoW, less Final Fantasy. But to be honest, Guild Wars 2 is very unique. There's not really any other games like that. Which is a problem, because this game is like over 10 years old, and they've never made a game better than what this game does, like its style. And I wish they would hurry up and do that, because, you know, chop, time's getting short. The only game that kind of innovated past Guild Wars 2 was WildStar, and then WildStar shut down. So now we basically just have Guild Wars 2 being the only example of what it is out there. Like, this is the ultimate, like, do whatever you want game. So that's the niche that it's in. It's like you just log in and you just do whatever. And you just have fun. Like, there's not anything particularly concrete that's driving you. It's just like, what do you want? And then find out how to get it. Because the game is set up to give you like a million different rewards for like all sorts of different paths you go down. And it's just up to you to decide what you want and then to go for it. And I know that describes like every MMO, but this game, it's like even more so. And that includes the PvP, which is super good in this game, like great PvP. Okay. I think I actually came at a good time, because they're trying to break into the place to do the thing. I was here earlier today and I missed it. So I'd like to do it. Oh god, he's spinning. Yep. I think Guild Wars 2 will always be alive because of the way that they designed the game. Like, the server architecture is, like, pretty sophisticated compared to FF. So they have a good way of, like, funneling people into always doing the important stuff in an area. Like, this party I'm in right now, this party is always full. Like, this is a rotating, basically, 50-man squad that just runs around this area all day, every day, and just farms gold and materials and shit. Like, I've been in this party at different times over the last 3 days, like a bunch, just to come in, like, do some stuff until I'm tired of it, and then leave. And then when I come back, they're still, like, all the people are different, but the structure of the party is still the same. There's always people running around, keeping the 4 camps clear, and farming chests, and farming this dude, and going into the tunnels just to get materials and money. Oh boy, I thought you finished P8S. Oh, you're re-clearing it, yeah. Yeah, you're re-clearing. Enrage. Oh. Well, clear it already, dude. Just fucking hit the boss, clear it. What's so hard? Anyway, you see, if you're going to be around for a little while, maybe just give me something fun to do. Just ask questions about the game, and I'll see if I can answer them for you. It'd be like what I used to do in 14, but it'd be a good challenge because I'm very out of practice at talking in general and also being good at a game. So I might like to approach Guild Wars 2 the same way I approach 14, which is to say whenever I'm bored, just like answer chat's questions and like build up a huge pool of knowledge and just be that guy who's just space autism. Oh no, I have all the time in the world. The problem is, as a Twitch game, 14 is, well, probably as you know and as everyone knows, streaming, especially since 2020, got like really huge. So all the games blew up. And now I can't stream 14 and get any viewership because all the channels are like way bigger. Because there was a few things. I was gone from streaming forever during the pandemic. So when I got back to playing 14, suddenly my channel couldn't compete with anybody, like period. Which is not great because, you know, playing 14 is really easy for me to do. So I had to take the game that's like second place for that, which is Guild Wars. Because I used to play this game a lot.
59 months.
But yeah, it basically, like, just to put it, like a long story, make a long story short, it's like a business decision. If you're going to be a streamer, you have to play what what you can play and enjoy, but also you have to like actually play a game that people will find you. Because if I went back to 14 now, I'd be dying. I'd be dying, chat. What's up, Steel? Thanks. Yeah, see, I don't have any skeleton keys, and I'm not really sure the process on how to use the shovels. Because you can use the shovels to find chests, but where? Because there's a chance the shovel might break. Oh, fuck, I wasted the shovel. Fuck me, dude. I wouldn't mind playing Lost Ark, but Lost Ark is even bigger than 14, so I wouldn't be like any traction on that. Like a mental exercise here, like, if I could main a game, what would be the game that I'd want to main the most? Okay, for some reason I'm drawing a blank right now. Because I think it'd be 14. Still. But I don't know. To be honest, this might not be so much the case anymore. But I kind of wanted to try G.T.A.R.P. Because that'd be something that's impossible to do if you're not already a big stream. But if you had the ability to do it, that'd be something really cool to try. So yeah, maybe that. Otherwise, just, yeah, go back to playing 14 because, you know, I'm basically stuck on 14 for life. I guess the only thing that would make playing Genshin tolerable is if you could actually play it as a stream game, but again, that's also huge. So that's like a luxury. If you can play Genshin as a stream game, you're pretty blessed. Because the game has stayed pretty high on the catalogs. It's kind of a testament to the game. It's not even really multiplayer, like it kind of is, but it's kind of not really. And yet it still has such a huge presence. Because you see like the top games on Twitch are either like really social or really competitive or both. So the fact that Genshin's a single player game, but the clout comes from the fact that outside of the game the community is huge. So, you know, it can still be huge on Twitch. So yeah, nerd emoji. I don't know. So I'm just talking about like whatever. I kind of wanted to see if I can play a lot of Gacha on stream, but I found out pretty quickly you can't. So that's not going to happen. Unless Twitch comes out with a Mobage category that's not just a tag. Every single specific Gacha besides Genshin, you will have no traction. Like, sometimes, like, if Arknights is updating, or FGO is updating, or if you're an Epic 7 PvPer, maybe. But, like, Nikke Goddess of Victory came out, and it's already dead on Twitch. For all intents and purposes. Girls Frontline Neural Cloud came out, it wasn't just dead on Twitch, it never came into being alive. It died before it died. And like even games that have like huge communities on like Twitter and Discord and stuff like Azur have no presence on Twitch. So playing Gacha on Twitch is a bad idea. I even feel like if ever Girls Frontline 2 comes out and it's like really high budget and it's like everything we dream it to be, I still feel like it's going to die on Twitch. It's just, fuck, man. Yeah, we'll see. The thing is I don't have 100k to drop on Genshin, and even if I did, I feel like that's a really bad thing to do. Like, I actually feel like you're causing harm in the world by having gacha streams where you take the donation money and roll on banners. I feel like that's actually like bringing society back through progress. Like, we're reverting as a society. I was there for the Genshin banner streams. I saw this shit. Part of it's jealousy, but part of it is, well, it might all just all be jealousy. But I do think it's bad. I think it's a net bad. Actually, ironically, the last stream I had 2 months ago, I did do a Genshin banner stream. But I had built up all the currency myself. I wasn't spending money. I just went in and spent wishes. And then got the character and then logged out. But then again, I said I was going to do that for months. But yeah, I'm not spending like viewer money to roll on shit. That would imply that I had viewer money to spend, period. No, society's not gone at this point. You just have to adapt, improvise, overcome. Okay. I need to take a sec here to actually like figure out how to do like this shit. Like, how am I supposed to use these keys? Like, first off, how do I get the keys? Because if I'm going to do chess runs, you need to have these bad boys. Oh, wait a minute. You can spend your, you spend bandit crests on these. Whoops. Okay, that might have been good to know, because I have 1,800 bandit. I got 1,800 of these fuckers. Okay. Okay, well, that'll work. Now, who do I spend these at? The prior historian. There's actually a bunch of merchants. Okay, game, load in, please. I got all sorts of weird schizo theories on society, but I would never say that society is gone. I feel like a lot of people do that, and it's like very lazy thinking. It's like, well, it's basically saying like, I don't want to keep up on understanding or like trying to like work towards like what I personally think is valuable in the world. So I'm just gonna say like the world's fucked, and then I can like free myself with the mental gymnastics required to like keep up with shit. And the reason I think that is because every person who's ever said that is basically just be like, I don't want to deal with this shit anymore, so I'll just like take care of my own life, and everything else outside of me is fucked. Irreparably fucked. But if everyone thought that way, then, you know. Then again, I don't know if what people think about it really matters at all. It seems to me that like no matter what anybody thinks, as long as technology keeps evolving, it's going to keep like sending basically everybody in a certain direction regardless of what they think or do. Like, you can say all the things you want, but the fact that we're moving into VR, and the fact that we're moving more into social media, and the fact that we're going to have like AI tech pretty soon, like that's the stuff that's going to be moving society. It's not going to be about like what people are trying to like hold on to and cling on to. It's going to be like whatever the tech companies come out with, that's going to be like the biggest driver of change. And it's really weird. It's like, yeah, that's what I think. I think technology is like the most important thing. So it's like once you have a handle on the technology, whoever you are, like whatever company you are, like that's going to be like you have the keys to move society in a certain direction. Like 2,000 years of philosophy since the Greeks didn't prepare us for Facebook. Like, not at all. So, we gotta have to learn on the fly how to handle this shit. Talking... What the fuck am I saying, Chad? Does anything I say ever make any sense? What's up, Altoid? Yeah, I guess I can probably stream a couple of times in the future. I'm really tired today, so, like, I don't have, like, my, like, far-seeing telescopic goggles on. Like, what am I doing tomorrow or the week after or whatever. I just kind of decided today to stream because fuck it. Because I need to get back to it eventually. But yeah, I'm sure we'll get something worked out in the future. I had to take a 2-month break because something really bad happened. But that's kind of like passing over now, so it's okay to come back and get back to work. And also, for everybody who's been keeping up on the mock saga about me sleeping in the spider-infested closet, I actually am starting to get plans underway to move out of this place. So when that happens, there'll be another delay, but it'll be like a really good thing. Because it's a lot easier to stream when you're in a place you feel comfortable in, and this is not it. This is not it, bro. So I'm sure things will get more consistent when I'm actually like in some housing situations that are not dog shit. Also, I warped back to the town to buy keys, and I just left. Yeah, I wish. Every time I wake up in the morning and I know that I'm streaming that day, I say to myself, Mock, just stream fucking forever and just do that every day, and then you'll get tons of viewers. And then you actually do the stream and you're 5 hours in and you're like, oh, fuck, man, my body's falling apart. No plan survives the battlefield. Okay, I need to actually find this. What the fuck? Like, who's actually the dude? Prior historian.
Peepo happy.
Hey, Fuse. Wait, are my notices working? Because I don't remember hearing the noise for everybody else who subscribed. I hope it's not broken. That stuff's kind of a bitch to fix. Anyway, thanks, man. What's wrong with WoW's graphics? You mean the graphics, or like whatever kind of art style they're moving towards? Oh, no, okay, that's this guy.
The answer is out there.
Somewhere. So 5 bandit skeleton keys. Here's the thing, like, would I be okay to spend all my crests on this? Yeah. I'll just start with, like... Okay, I am buying 200 keys. Okay, 170 keys. Holy shit. This is going to last a long time. Chat, I think this will be a good activity, although it might be really repetitive. I need to burn through thousands of bandit crests, which means running around this entire area in a circle, opening up chests that just spawn out of fat air. And it's going to make me a lot of bloodstone dust, which I'm going to immediately throw on the ground because I have no storage space to hold it. So please look forward to that. Well, as somebody who has no investment in WoW,
Statistically speaking,
that would be another
is
game
rather
that if I could
rare.
play it on stream, it actually would be like a pretty like interesting project to like try to get good at WoW now, like after this long. But again, WoW is like way too popular on Twitch. There's no way you can play it when you're not already a huge stream. I mean, if you're already embedded in a game and you're streaming it, you might actually be able to get, you know, get your stuff going just by being like a notable member of the community. But like, imagine trying to go into WoW now and like make a name for yourself. It'd be pretty difficult. Like, I was thinking that like when Blue Protocol came out, that game is going to be huge on Twitch for a bit, at least a bit. Like, it might stay consistent like Lost Ark, or it might like go up and down like Tower of Fantasy. But I feel like it might actually stay like a big thing. But I was wondering if I could just like play it as a game and just happen to stream it and just see if things work out over time. Because all the big channels will come and go, but if you stay with a game for a long time, you might be able to embed yourself in the community and still be able to like have a Twitch stream. I mean, I think it's worth a shot. Because I would like to have another real MMO to play. Because we've had so many like false flags. Like all the Blessed shit and New World. And you know, all the examples I can't remember right now. Because they just... Like, yeah, Tower Fantasy, Lost Ark came and then it's still kind of around. New World is like whatever. What was the other one? That kind of just like, just big nothing. There was like the Bless 2, the Blessing. I can't think of any anymore. But we haven't really had like a real MMO. But even Blue Protocol like looks good. But I'm kind of concerned about the fact that it's releasing with 5 classes. That's kind of yikes. I think you need to have at least 10, to be honest. 10 to start with and then go from there. 5 classes brings to mind like really cheap Asian MMOs that had like basically just like basic bitch fighter, healer, mage. It's like, you need something a bit more interesting. Anyway, nobody asked. I'm like pulling the most random shit out of my ass to talk about. Holy. I need to save some. If you like story games, I will just tell everybody to play Witcher 3, because Witcher 3... I mean, you might not be able to believe this, but Witcher 3 was the last good game made. Okay, maybe I shouldn't try to solo this. Might not be a good idea. Yeah, it's not taking shit for damage. That's like a real boss. Some champions are not really bosses. I think I might die before that guy gets me. Yeah, I would say, yeah, Witcher 3. That was the last game I played that I really enjoyed. And it might be the last game I ever played that I really enjoyed. I guess God of War is good, but I'm not sure if I had the time to play that. And right now, only the first one's on PC anyway, so you'd have to wait for the second one. Cool. Yeah, it's true though. I've been playing like way too much dog shit games, and you really shouldn't do that because, you know, garbage in, garbage out. If you just like play bad games, I think you become a bad person. It's kind of scary, but I think it's true. I notice when I'm playing a lot of gacha, I just become a worse person. Like, my thoughts are so scrambled, and I never think about like anything actually worthwhile because I'm just thinking about like grinding this shit. And then when I take a break, it's like fresh air, you know? All of a sudden your mind comes back to reality and it's like, what the fuck was I doing?
Armor enhanced.
Okay, stop breathing fire. Keep doing that. It's gonna take me forever to get used to these hotkeys.
Rage at maximum. There's the power.
Oh. My god. You stack quickness so high, the animation's way too fast. Scepter already has a really high attack speed. This shit's goofy. Yeah, I keep hitting E when I'm trying to hit dodge.
Heads for the fort, Mordred scum.
Yeah, so anyway, as far as new games, for me, I honestly kind of want to see if I can get, well, I might have to wait. See, I had Valve's Index, and then I had to sell it. But every time I think about it, I remember playing Beat Saber and stuff, and it was like a lot of fun. Honestly, I'm looking forward to more VR games, and then when Valve releases their second headset, whatever that's going to be, that'd be a good time to get back into it. It'll be like wireless, Valve quality. You can like get some games and have some fun.
There's the power.
So yeah, I think more out of anything, I'm more looking forward to like the tech moving forward. Not just playing games that look better, but like really getting into some next-gen VR shit. That's where I'm at. Anyway, it's whatever.
Rage at max. I feel great wisdom. Your time will come.
God, it's so fast. Holy shit.
Accelerate.
I can see why the build recommends that like Scepter is actually not too bad. Like, it's not natively a condition weapon. But when you have the Justice Virtue, you're attacking so much that you're building up fire stacks anyway. That's kind of crazy. I feel like I could, you know, definitely like get more damage out of this, but I'm trying to like keep it kind of safe. Because I'm sort of using this build for everything now, and if I go all damage, I might die. I'm playing Guardian. It's like a paladin. I mean, kind of. Classes in this game are quite loose as far as like what you're capable of doing. Guardians can tank, heal, or DPS depending on the Well, actually, can they be real tanks? You know what? I'm not even sure Guardians can be tanks. Let me think. You know what? I don't actually know.
Rage at max.
I'm not sure if Guardians can tank in raids or not. I know with Firebrand they can heal support and they have DPS builds. I'm not sure if they can tank. Which would be kind of weird because they have a shield and, you know. Oh my god, all the Necrominions, Jesus.
Backup! I need some backup!
I think I still prefer 14 a bit more. But to be honest, they're kind of two different games, you know? Like, I'm not really putting too much stock in Guild Wars 2 for the story anymore. But I found like the stuff you do when you're just logging on and play the game, like that's still perfectly fine. Like even in the new areas. But I'm so invested in 14's story now that even if the game became absolute dog shit, which it won't, but even if it did, I would probably still play it for like a long time. Just to see where they go with the world building and whatnot. But as far as Guild Wars 2 story world building, I think the ship has sailed. But yeah, basically, like, if I was to sum it up, they're quite different. It's sort of hard to compare them. It's really like two different philosophies for how to design a game. To be honest, with 14, I think this might be like the longest I've gone without actually playing it. Yeah, I think it is. Because I always kept playing 14 when I was on like the 2-year hiatus. It's just I didn't really stream it or talk about it too much. But it's coming up to about 3 months since I actually played 14. And still no new patch, but soon.
Statistically speaking, this is rather rare.
Every time, every time, every time. Well, see, yeah, but that's kind of like by design. They keep things very consistent in the way that they structure it. Because they kind of know what works. As far as the structure of the game itself. But then the stories themselves, and the fights, and all these things, they have a lot of variety. It's just that the underlying structure is very rigid. And to be honest, that's kind of how the Japanese design their MMOs anyway. Because, I mean, that's what sells for them. I mean, they know it's going to make money. To be honest, we talk about how companies are just trying to, like, make games that are scientifically formulated to, like, make you addicted and get all your money. So you might say that, like, them designing 14 to make the most money, I feel like they're doing it the best way that they could. Like, they're not, like, resorting to cheap tactics. They're just setting up, like, a foundation that people enjoy. And then just continuing to, like, deliver sort of varied flavors of things within that. And also, because 14 is a story game first, that kind of changes the whole idea of it. Like, I've always enjoyed 14 more when I approached it as a story game than I approached it as a grinding game. Because as a grinding game, it's kind of dog shit. I mean, you can grind in 14, but it's not very fun. Because it wasn't really designed to be a game you play a lot. So people always say, like, I don't want to play 14 a lot. It's like, well, good. It's working as intended. That's what Yoshi wants. He wants people to take breaks. Because there's nothing better than coming back from a break to 14.
I know of a good use for this.
14 always feels best when you've been away from it for a while and you just come back. Yes, true, Mock. Very true. That's how I feel. I do wish 14 had more maps. It's true. Because the expansions feel small map-wise. Like, the expansions will still take you like 20, 30 hours to finish or whatever. But then when you're done, you're kind of left with maps that are sort of... They're small. Like, you've kind of seen everything within the first couple of days. And then you're just kind of doing stuff within the maps until the next expansion. So, exploring the maps in 14 on like day 1, going through the story, that's always great. But there's not very much staying power to them. Like, I find that Ultima Thule is an amazing area. I don't necessarily feel like going back there and just standing around. But, you know, you kind of make a sacrifice. If 14 had really big maps, they would struggle with, like, finding things to put in them. So right now, they keep the maps, like, very small, compact, in that, like, every area has something going on. I think Guild Wars 2 is definitely above average with the fact that they make the maps and are able to fill them with stuff that's at least reasonably interesting. Most games can't do that. It ends up being like very Ubisoft, where it's like, you know, it's big for the sake of being big, and they have objectives for the sake of having objectives. Genshin has really amazingly designed maps, and then they fill them with absolute dog shit content. And I know, because I just finished getting all the achievements in Genshin. At least all the ones that are relevant. So I map cleared every map in Genshin, and let me tell you, don't do that. Not worth it. Man, I am always losing track of this stuff. But that being said, I kind of like maps that are like geographically huge, even if they had nothing in them. Because at least you have the option of like just going out and like just walking around and looking at shit. Like, the map size of Guild Wars 2 has made it so that you can be wandering around, and wherever you are, it feels like you're someplace in the world that's like, you're meant to be there. You know what I'm saying? And as far as the landscapes of Genshin, so Genshin and Guild Wars 2, they have the same idea of like the maps are actually well designed. Wherever you are, you feel like you're, like it's cool that you're there. As far as what they choose to put in the maps for like content and things to do, it's a different story.
There's the power.
Well, this map, to be honest, this map looks like dog shit. Like, Silver Waste is aptly named. This place fucking sucks. However, it makes up for it in the fact that the jumping puzzle in this area, the one underground, is amazing. It's like definitely the best in the game for sure. It feels like you're going through a real dungeon. And I've done it a few times, and I enjoy it every time. But yeah, the surface area of this map, this is fucking dog shit. This is awful. There's fucking worms everywhere. You can't keep any of the fortresses. The floor keeps collapsing. All you do is escort donkeys. But I don't really care. Like, I'm okay with like doing whatever. I think my favorite map in Guild Wars 2 is actually Verdant or Auric Basin, or yeah, like this is my favorite map in the game. This map is fucking bussin'. I mean, navigating it can be kind of whatever. But compared to the map right to the east of it, it's paradise. But yeah, if there was like more of a reason to do the jumping puzzle in this area, I would do it more often. Thing is, once you've kind of done it, you know, you're not really getting a good return on your investment for going through that whole dude. It's a huge puzzle. I think the first time I did it, it took me like 2 hours. Okay. It is seriously the hardest thing in the world right now. It's for me to keep on the commander right now. Every time I start talking about something, I stop paying attention to the game, and then I lose where the commander goes. How do you get BIS? There's actually a lot of ways. You could raid. Well, basically, here's the thing. The exotic gear, which is like 90% as good as the best gear in the game, you could seriously just like start the game, buy it out the marketplace, and be done, and have a build. And Ascended is like 10% better than that, and that involves like going and doing like crafting or achievements or map clears. Like there's like a lot of different paths to get Ascended, and it usually takes a while. And then the legendaries, which I think comes from raids, they're the same stats as Ascended, but the only difference is that you're allowed to change the stats on them whenever you want. So the value comes not from like how good they are as in a specific like instance fighting or whatever. It's like just that it has like a lot of utility to it. But you can do everything in the game with exotics. So honestly, like getting a character running in this game could take like 5 minutes and you're done. And then if you want to min-max, well, go get Ascended and Legendaries. Personally, for me, I feel naked unless I have the best stats in the game, which is kind of a problem. But it's because I often need to like cover up my terrible gameplay skills with stats. So with this character right now, I have my Ascended jewelry. Well, not this, but I have these Ascendeds. And I'm probably eventually going to get the Ascended weapons and then get the Ascended armors. And then probably switch classes because I'm bored of Guardian. But yeah, there's not really a gear treadmill per se. Like the vertical progression is not like really the way it is in other games. Like you can progress to get towards getting stuff, but to play the game, just go to the market board, spend like, I don't know, 40, 50 gold, and then you're done. You have a build, you have a character, you can do whatever you want. Do you raid? No, I don't. I'm terrible at raiding. Because as you can see, I can't stream and talk. I can't talk and play the game at the same time, so I can't do anything in this game.
There's the power.
If I was to raid, I'd have to do it off stream. And it's like, well, that sounds kind of whatever. Okay. Yeah. I used to raid in 14 on stream, and it was a travesty. It was fucking awful. But even to like get into raiding in this game, you could just go in with your exotics, and you could do it. That'd be a little bit harder, but you know, the gear you could buy out the market board is enough to go in and do like the highest end content in the game, as long as you know what you're doing. So that's definitely not very common in an MMO to be able to have the option to do that. Like compare that to something like WoW. Well, I mean, with WoW, isn't it kind of like even getting into the raids period? Like the quest unlock to even get into a raid? Takes you a shit ton of time and effort. I've done strikes in this game, which are kind of like the same difficulty. Well, I wouldn't say difficulty, but it's about the same kind of content as doing an EX trial in 14. So I've done a lot of those. I just never went into actual raids because I didn't want to be social and join a group and spend time on it. But I've done fractals, I've done strikes. I mean, I even did like the basic ass dungeons that nobody does anymore back in the day. And I did a lot of World v Worlds, so kind of basically it's basically raids and like arena PvP are like the only things I haven't done. I haven't done the only things that matter. Okay, maybe I should like do something. Actually like contribute. In-game voice chat. Well, for me, it's just like it's like I don't have enough bandwidth. There was a time in my life, and it was actually like a long time ago now, where I did raiding in 14. So this was back in Heaven's Word, where I like had a normal job, and I'd come home, and my evenings would be spent raiding and just shooting the shit on voice chat. And it's like that was the maximum amount of bandwidth I had. We cleared all those raids. I was able to stay on task and like not fuck things up, and I was actually like a really good tank, to be honest. I was a good tank. But then later on, I started streaming and trying to do like difficult stuff while talking to chat. Suddenly, like everything just went to shit. It takes like a lot of energy and focus for me to like do that. So that's kind of what it is for me. Like I know it's fun, and probably getting in with a good static and rating is like a really. I really did enjoy it back in the day. Like it was something I really needed because I had like a shitty job. So you have a shitty job and you just come home and raid with your friends. You know? It wasn't even so much about the raiding as it was just like, let's just get together and like do a thing. I'm not sure where I was going with that. Yeah, now it just doesn't really feel the same. With streaming, my social energy is for streaming. I don't really have any other energy to spare. If one day I actually stop streaming and see like, okay, that was the last stream and like start doing other stuff, then it would like open up some of that bandwidth to like go and like do other social stuff like raiding. Or like, you know, having IRL friends. But like, who does that shit, right, chat? Imagine having friends. Got some shovels. I found out how to buy the keys. I didn't actually check the wiki to figure out what I'm supposed to do with the shovels. Okay, dude. What the fuck? Well, I'll tell you one thing about having like good friends is that when you have them, you really can take them for granted a lot. But if then you ever hit a point in your life where you're kind of on your own, you really regret. Like at least not keeping like a shitty friend around. Like, you know, a circle of losers is still more powerful than the individual losers themselves. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you have any kind of friend, hang on to the friend, because the alternative can be a lot worse. This is just my theory, but this is the way I think about things. If you don't socialize with people, it actually like has like a neurotoxic effect. Like you'll actually cause yourself to have brain damage if you don't socialize with people. At least in some form. So that's why I say, even if it's shitty, it's better than like not having it at all. Because over time, you might not even notice it, but you start to get kind of weird when you spend too much time by yourself. So it's better to spend it as much as you can spare. It's good to spend time with, you know, other people. Well, you need to have family and friends, ideally. Because here's the thing: if you don't want to spend time with your friends, if you think it's a waste of time, then maybe you don't really have the right friends. And that sounds like really easy to talk about. It's like, well, yeah, just make better friends, forehead. But and I don't even know how to do it myself, so it's really like I shouldn't be talking about it. But I know that it definitely is worth it, because the benefits of having like surrounding yourself with people who actually care about you, and like how you all want to like see the best for one another, the benefits are like really, just, they're really, the benefits are beneficial. You know what I'm saying? But it's true, yeah, if you're surrounded by like people who are like toxic and you don't want to be around them, then yeah, probably it's the key that you're supposed to like try to find a group that's better for you. It definitely does not mean that you should not have friends at all. I think that's like the wrong conclusion to come to out of the whole thing. It's like, it's kind of like making an error. Anyway, it's just what I think.
Oh, I know of a good use for this.
I think I got off track here. Well, no, there's an event. No, it's in the fortress. Oh, the poor fucking fortress. It's been 6 years since the shower. It's true. If you don't have a shower, you won't die. Although the people around you might die. Get me out of these fucking vines. Yeah, I definitely need to spend some gold on bigger bags, for sure. Wait, why can't I consume all of my... Oh, I'm looking at the wrong stack. Dude?
Getting help.
If I'm playing Firebrand, it's a bit more messy than other jobs that I've been playing. Like, when I started off playing Mesmer, I found it kind of messy, and then I got used to it. Guardian just kind of still feels messy. Like, your attack speed gets so high from your quickness and whatever, and alacrity. Like, you're just hitting so many buttons, it feels kind of, like, very clusterfucky. I mean, it works. It's not bad, but it doesn't feel amazing. I mean, even day one, I was able to solo some hero points I couldn't solo before, so I know that it's working. And I know I can get a bit better at it.
I could use a little help here.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
Every time I sit down, I always say I won't get too much into life advice. And it's kind of like that meme about, like, I won't get political. Every time. I can't help it. I'm getting too much into dad mode right now. I'm trying to, like, be chat dad. And nobody asked. Feels dad, man. Please. What time is it? 2? As the lane resets in an hour, I'm honestly not sure if I should play that anymore, but I don't know. It's hard to get away from. It was supposed to be the game that was like most important for me to quit because it's not going anywhere as a game, and yet it's so hard for me to quit it because I've been playing it the longest. Okay. I kind of feel like it's sort of hard to stay on task. I should maybe see if I can go do some of the world bosses. They're doing Laughing Gull Island right now, which I know I haven't done today. Actually, no, the Karka Queen is... Well, they probably already finished it because that started a while ago. Well, we'll see if there's anybody here. Sometimes this event's running, and I come here and nobody's here. Oh no, fuck! They're definitely here. Holy shit! I almost missed that. That was wild, holy. Okay, I do need to salvage some of this stuff. This is getting out of hand. I used to like open up the gear packs, but when you get too many of them, it's like really tedious to do that.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
Uh, 39 bags of gear. I don't think I'll open that. That's gonna cause a huge problem. Yeah, so I'm guessing they already done the Karka Queen, so that means Svani or Shaman. I haven't done that today. Here? Nobody's here yet. Oh shit, I don't even have access to South Sun Cove anyway. On this character. Yeah, I would definitely not be able to unlock that in time. Once the queen spawns, it dies like instantly. I'll have to get that for next time.
Have you heard of the Game Award-winning MMO critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, featuring tons of men playing as cat girls and lolis?
Yeah, Glue, have you heard of the critically acclaimed mobile game Raid Shadow Legends? With an amazing storyline. And if you use my sponsored dog shit link, you get 50,000 silver and a reach around. Have you heard of that, Glue? Also, I didn't even hear that last part. True. True. Well, I guess, you know, different game, still have to play a race of questionable stature. Well, actually, I said this before, I'll say it again. If you're sexually attracted to Azur, you probably should see a professional. A professional executioner. Dude, I think out of any game I've ever seen / played, Raid is probably the worst game I have ever seen or played. I did play it. Once. It might actually be the worst game ever made. Oh, that's not the real event. Is there an escort event? Yeah, I guess so. It's gonna take me forever to remember this stuff. Also, thanks for the sub. I never remember to thank people for the sub. And yet you keep subbing. Maybe the trick is not to thank them. I'll play Chinese Gacha. It's kind of unfortunate that Chinese Gacha are the ones that actually, like... Well, I don't know. See, Gacha started in Japan, and a lot of their Gacha still do well, but I think China's the one that's really capitalizing on it. I think, like, Korea and Japan are about the same as far as the Gacha. And then China is, like, coming out on the other side. I wish Japan could make a good Gacha again. Well, again, I'm not sure if they ever made a good one anyway. But I like it if Japan could have their own Genshin. Because every time I boot up a Chinese Gacha and play it, I just feel something deep within my heart of hearts. And I know I'm committing a big sin. And if this stream goes on long enough, I'm going to play all of them today. Because I can't help myself. At least have been able to stop playing them off stream. And the only way I did that was to finish every bit of content in all the ones that I play so that I have no reason to ever think about them. So it's like the worst possible way to get rid of an addiction is to like keep fucking indulging it until you come out on the other side. And it worked. But at what cost? Actual gameplay. Yeah, Genshin and Arknights are the only ones with actual gameplay. But when you play enough Genshin, you start to sort of see that it's not as much of a game as you think. It's more of a particle effects simulator. Like, the game ends up kind of boiling down to a simple loop, and even the most interesting part of the gameplay itself, which is like getting character builds and like testing out rotations, you can't even do without buying the characters. And you'll never be able to properly do the rotations unless you C6 the characters, which costs tens of thousands of dollars. To have like entire teams of like C6 to 5 stars. So the most interesting part of Genshin, you can't do it without having luck that has never been observed in the universe or paying a shit ton of money. And that kind of feels bad, man, because I have a party now that's like made out of Ayaka and Kazuha, Shinkyu, and fuck Diona. And it's actually fun to play it. And it's like, cool. You found a team that's fun to play. It's like, yeah. Said I've been playing Genshin every day for 2 years, and it's like I'm finally starting to have one team that's fun. It's like, okay. Remember back in the day you could buy a game and have fun out of the box? Yeah. Pepperidge Farms can't help you here, chat. I should probably hit the boss, huh? Fuck you, boss. I don't know how much damage I did, but it was something. Okay, wrong weapon. Wrong weapon. I rolled for Nihita on stream. I'd say watch the VOD, but it's been deleted now, so... Because it was, 2 months ago. But I basically just tabbed out of Guild Wars, booted up Genshin, rolled 60 times, got Nihita, and then quit the game. To be honest, I have a lot of rolls now because I went on an achievement fucking killing spree. So I could boot up Genshin now and do the same thing for Wanderer, but I don't really want Wanderer. Because I don't support evil boys. But when Raiden Shogun gets re-released, I need to roll for her because having Archons is important in Genshin. So, if I'm streaming when they re-release Raiden's banner, I'll roll on Raiden on stream. And then if Hu-Tao gets a rerun, I'll roll on her because I want her for my science experiments. I'm trying to be really careful about who I roll on in Genshin because you don't want to roll on dog shit. Or maybe you do. I mean, it is the Genshin community. Okay, can I have my scepter back? Oh, this boss takes forever. I'm honestly just gonna back up and spam 1 so I can talk to chat. This is getting bullshit. No, I don't mod Genshin. There aren't even any good mods anyway. They're all just like thirst trap mods. Like, make the character's thighs 3 times bigger. It's like, okay. Yeah, how about I don't? ZZZ might be good to play if it's like you play it and then you're done with it and it doesn't become like gacha bullshit. Anyway, I mean, it looks kind of good, but I find it kind of hard to have respect for MiHoYo as a company because I know that they have infinite money. So they can just throw money at a problem. Like, they can just hire a bunch of artists, pay them a shit ton of money, and toss together a game. And yet, I play Genshin, and I don't feel anything. The only time I ever felt anything playing Genshin was right before it went live for the first time, sitting on the menu, listening to the theme song, waiting for the servers to go up. That was it. That was the only time. And then I guess the time when I found out it existed, because I was listening to the Dawn Winery theme on YouTube. And I felt something then. But that was the only 2 times. Every other single moment spent playing Genshin has been the product of an addiction. Man, I love the sound of the scepter, dude. Yeah, finishing the story and piecing out, that's definitely the way to go. And I want to do that, but the problem is that every game now is live service, and none of the games are ever finished. And then I always have all these games kind of in the back of my mind. It's like, wow, I finished Arknights, but it's like, in 2 months, there's going to be more stuff that they added, and I'm going to feel pressure to go back and do it. And I'll do it, and I probably won't enjoy it, but I have to do it. It's like, kind of like this compulsion to like see something through. Like, if you're a game completionist, and you're trying to play games in the era of like always online live service games, you're gonna like go fucking insane because the games are never finished. And there's always this point where the quality starts to diminish, and then you could say to yourself, okay, I saw the best part of this game, so now I can quit the game and move on. But it's just speaking for myself, at least, I find it really hard to get to that point. Like, I have finished Azur Lane 3 times now. And it's like, when am I going to be finished for real? The game doesn't even have a story. Why am I always compelled to go back and play it? Like, it's like a tough mental, like, gymnastics shit to get into. To try to, like, quit a game when you know the time is right. Also, Glue, is the audio for the game too loud? I can't tell. I'm wearing different headphones today, so I'm not really sure what the volume's like at all. I'm not even sure if anybody can hear me. Yeah, and 14's like a mild version of it. Like, when I played 14, I used to think, wow, I wish I wasn't addicted to this game, so I wouldn't have to log in and do dailies. And then I started playing Gacha, and it's like, I didn't know what hell was until now. Like, what's the daily upkeep on 14, honestly? It's just tomestones. That's really the only important thing. Upkeep on tomestones. And if you're raiding, well, I mean, you're already a raider, so you're too far gone. But as far as, like, the absolute minimum to upkeep in 14, to do, like, the content that's actually worth something story-wise, or, like, you know, the content they put the most work into, it's have your gear that's good enough. And how do you get the gear that's good enough? Tomestones or guild to buy crafted gear. That's it. It's pretty mild. Well, yeah, I guess everything I just said there could be like, well, just get crafted gear, but you still need to get gil. So, if you're not rich, let's just say the bare minimum is have enough to buy gear good enough to do MSQ and like side content. But fuck me, you want to like stay up to date on FGO? It's like book time off work. And what's really ironic is, to be honest, if FGO didn't have dog shit gameplay, it probably would still be my favorite gacha. But I actually physically can't play it. Like, it's so unfun and terrible. It's like, I can't... Like, it has really good characters. And the storylines go on way too long, but they're still the best storylines in any gacha. Definitely better than Genshin. It's but yet there's so much shit in the way. Well, FGO's story is pretty much only good when Nasu's writing, but when Nasu's writing, it's pretty good. It's definitely not as good as Fate's Stay Night, which was, you know, 18 years ago, but still way better than anything else on the market. But the thing is, Nasu doesn't write everything because FGO has like 10 Bibles worth of text. So a lot of time you're just like wading through shit written by interns. But I enjoyed the last 2 stories of the base FGO storyline, like Babylon and Temple of Solomon. Like, I enjoyed that. And there's some stuff in Lost Belt that's written by Nasu, but I couldn't get that far because it was just way too much to catch up. And after Lost Belt's over, I think Nasu's leading the project. So after that, there would be like literally nothing worth sticking around for. Like, if you stick around in FGO after Nasu leaves, you're basically only staying because you're already too invested. You're not staying because it's worth staying for like his vision or whatever. And then hopefully Nasu goes off and like starts a different project that's not so degenerate. Because I still like to follow his stuff. He's a really good writer. I mean, he's definitely pretty off the wall, but I respect him. I just think that FGO was a mistake. Like, he should have put his talent somewhere else. Man, that event lasts forever. Jesus. Okay, what's next? I never even heard of Limbus Company. I probably should stop getting hyped up. I mean, to be honest, I actually enjoyed the first couple of days of Neural Cloud, but the thing about Neural Cloud is it already feels like it's over. Like, I already feel like I went in and saw everything that it has to show me. And now I don't feel like they could do anything else that would, like, actually push it forward. Like, you went in, well, the problem is I didn't quit because I can't quit shit, Glue. But I know that I probably should. Like, I went in, I did all the week 1 stuff, I did all the roles, I got all the characters except for Jin. I actually have 40 of the characters, which is fucking crazy considering I didn't whale on it. I just bought like the monthly pass, that was it. So I got all the characters, I made a really strong team, I finished the entire story. You know, the new event that came out, I finished the whole event, so I saw how they do events, and it's cool. It's good. You know, I dicked around with the algorithm system. I dicked around with the, like, maxing out intimacies and shit. I read the profiles. I maxed out my entire base. I bought all the furniture sets that I could afford and fucked around with the furniture sets, and that was cool. Chat, I did everything. I picked up a gacha on day 1, and I saw everything in a week. So you say to yourself, okay, great, that was a good game, let's quit. But you can't quit. Because you know that if you log on once a day, there's more shit to do. It's just really tough. I honestly wish I could go back and just erase gacha from my memory and just keep playing MMOs. Like, gacha is really something I regret. I think when I move out of this place, get my head straight, reevaluate my life, I'll be able to stop playing gacha. And I think, and that might sound like, yeah, whatever, but I think it's true because I experimented playing gacha as a stream activity and it didn't work. So I actually proved there, I said, like, streaming gacha is actually not a good decision because nobody watches gacha. So it's like, if you know what's degenerate to do on your own time, and you know that streaming it's not a good idea, maybe you should just stop doing it. Like, don't do stuff that's bad for your business and your life at the same time. Sounds like it might be a good idea. Yeah, Blue Protocol is like a real MMO. It's Bandai Namco. No gacha. I hope it's good. I watched the videos. It's like still slightly unpolished, but like overall looks really good. Like, might actually be the first anime MMO that's actually good. I have a few problems though. I don't think it has enough classes. Well, actually that's the only problem that comes to mind. I don't think it has enough classes. And I hope the character creator is good. We haven't really seen a whole amount of it, but it seems like the character creator is pretty robust. So it gives me hope. I mean, it's not... Man, I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm trying to say. It's... Okay. It gets a bit tiresome constantly living your life based on, like, what the next game coming out is. Because we're getting burned a lot nowadays because the game design philosophy is not about making quality. It's out hyping stuff up and getting impressions and then releasing a game that's like a Skinner box that has like this mass appeal that like everybody likes a little bit but nobody likes a lot. And so you play a game and you just feel like you're just kind of being taken for a loop. Like you're just part of some marketing experiment. So that's what I'm afraid of. Anytime any new game gets any amount of traction and any amount of hype, it's like, I hope it's not like this, and it turns out to be like that a lot. But the fact that it's Bandai Namco, which is, they're known for single-player games, it's not going to have any gacha mechanics. It's a good, strong first impression visually. And I'm sure as time goes on, we're going to see more of the dev videos about like how it actually is. And then we can make a decision. It does have a battle pass. It's not a big deal, though, because it is free to play, so it having a cosmetic cash shop is fine. And a battle pass, honestly, is not terrible. But Amazon is also publishing it in the West, so if they get their hands on it, they could induce some fuckery. I hope they don't. I hope Bandai says, fuck you. At the very least, I'm not listening to the English dub. If they have one, I'm not listening to it. Forget it. Absolutely not. I think I'm missing something. Mega Destroyer in Mount Maelstrom. Okay, I've definitely done that today, but I'll just go and hang out anyway. But I think I might have sat around here and talked to nobody for so long that I might have missed it. There's a cash up item that teleports you to world bosses. I really should get that one day. That sounds really useful and cool. Yeah, I saw combat videos and it looks good. I gotta stop talking about Genshin, but it's hard to because I play Genshin a lot. But the combat looks better than Genshin, so let's start. Like, you look at the combat, it doesn't feel cheap. It doesn't look cheap. I mean, nothing's fun forever, but I think that from what I've seen so far, it's the right direction for sure. Again, I just want more classes because they have like fighter, they have like sword and shield, dual axes, bow, staff. Fuck, what's the fifth one? Giant hammer. And it's like, cool. Where's the other like 10 classes? Like, this is not enough. I'm gonna end up playing like a ranger or a mage, which is fine, but it's like, you know, I hope they add more. I hope they're working on it quick. Because class fantasy is very important. You can't just have 5 classes. People will quit your shit. They will do that. What was the worst ever that Vindictus, like, you know, 15 years ago launched with 2 classes? And now they have like 20. But yeah, like 2 classes. Wow, I think that's probably the worst. Also, you can switch between classes at any time, so that's good and bad. Because having one character, all classes, pretty cool. But that actually makes it almost even more homogenous because you have a small amount of classes and every character can do them, and it starts to sort of like remove the diversity. Or at least removes the diverse feel. If there's a lot of builds to the classes, cool, but I wonder about that. Like how much you can customize within. But having 5 classes and being able to do any of them in an MMO, that honestly might not be a good thing. Is it because you're like listening to my like, you know, amazing and insightful commentary, EC? Well, Glue, I'll say this to you now because I have nothing to hide. I'm pretty sure if I have the option to play an elf mage, I'm probably just going to play an elf mage. Because, to be honest, what else is worth doing in life? Also, I know you can wear cat ears, so it's like the degeneracy like starts off from the beginning. If you have the ability to have ears and tail, there's absolutely no going back. I don't have to explain that. You just know. Yeah, we don't know much about the social elements. I believe when they were like doing the beta years ago, there was that was kind of one of the complaints. There doesn't seem to be a lot of like side stuff. So if they took the complaint seriously, but here's the problem: if you need to be told, if you're working on a game, and it doesn't have like social content, and you need to be told that you need to have more social content, it might already be fucked. Because if you don't understand that an MMO is more about being social than it is about achieving shit, especially nowadays, you're at a disadvantage. Because you don't, it's like you don't understand fundamentally the tenets of what you're doing. The gameplay's fine, that's great, but a game needs to have community and social like pillars in order for it to work at all. Like a lot of games now only exist because of that. So, you know, I guess that's kind of the disadvantage that they come from being a single player game company, is that they don't really have experience thinking about a game that's not single player. At least that's the way it seems. Can I hit this guy? Oh, well, okay, this makes it easy. He doesn't usually come up on Pride Rock here. Well, I'm not sure you can make a big titty goth waifu. Again, you should watch the dev video, Glue. It's like, it's quite long. It shows off some stuff. I kind of skimmed it, so I might have missed some stuff. But I know there's like body type customization, like there was like big giant dudes with the axes running around. But the thing is, I don't remember seeing like a, you know, like a femboy. So I might have missed that. I might have missed like if there's actually like diversification of body type, or if you're a male, you're just huge. I'm guessing not. I don't think people really want to have that as a base point. That if you play like a male in an anime type MMO, that you're like giant Biff McStudley. Oh, I don't know, Glue. As I say, you should watch the video. I'm probably gonna need to watch it again myself. Yeah, I know. No, yes, titty sliders for males, Glue. Yes, absolutely. And I'm not talking about the trailer at the Game Awards. There was that, and then there was also like kind of like a dev showcase. Okay, I need my bow for this. I can't hit anything. Okay, thank you. That's better. Yeah, this boss, I think I need to use my Dragon Hunter build to be able to even hit him. I don't want people to look like NPCs. Here's the thing. When I have the option to design a character I like, I make it kind of outlandish, but in like, compared to, for example, let's say like VTuber designs nowadays, not very outlandish at all. So I don't want my character to look like an NPC in Genshin, but I don't want them to have to look like a main character in Genshin. The weapons are pretty outlandish though. For sure, I know that for sure. Like, there's some real anime shit there. As far as gear, I wasn't paying attention, so we'll see. The only thing I can remember is that they were showing off like hair, and the hair system looked pretty... Like, some of the hairs are pretty interesting. So that's a good start. But I don't think they have all their options in yet. Yeah, like keeping lore consistency with costumes is not really something anybody tries to do anymore. This happens in MMOs and it happens in Gacha. You always start with a somewhat consistent art style because you have a number of like key artists who are working on a project. So the game launches with generally a pretty cohesive art style, and then as time goes on, that disintegrates. Because the devs start trying to add things that people want to wear or want to like mount or things like that. Like they start adding visuals that people want. And the more you add what people want, the more you lose the auteur artistic vision you had. So games all start looking like the same. So when 14.1.0 released, every character looked like dog shit. Because the costume design for the game was just like, you look like a fucking peasant. And that was cool. So when A Realm Reborn launched, they kind of expanded a bit more, but they still had the consistent art style. Like all of the racial starter gear for all the characters was consistently looking. Because it was actually designed by the same artist. Which, ironically, the original character designer for 14 was the same designer as Nier Automata. So it's just ironic that later on, years later, they put the Nier costumes back into 14 and they look completely out of place, even though it was the same designer. It's really ironic. It's funny to think like Minfleya was designed by the same person as 2B. It's just fucking odd. And that may or may not be true. But I'm pretty sure I heard the rumor in 3 different places, so that's a good start. Yeah, and in Gacha what happens is that they have the same thing. Like if you look at the starter characters for Azur Lane, Arknights, and Girls Frontline, and then you look at it now, Girls Frontline now looks more like Arknights. Arknights looks more like a fantasy game, and Azur Lane looks more like, again, like a fantasy game. Like a lot of the new ships in Azur Lane, I look at them and I don't really see like a ship girl design. Like, it's a really far... Like, when Azur launched, the designs were kind of a far cry from Concoli. And now the Azur ship designs now are a far cry from, like, the designs they had at the start. Because they want to design characters that people want to roll for. It's just how it is. Like... But it makes more money, so they keep doing it, so... I can't think of a single game where they... I can't think of a single like, live service MMO gacha game where they've kept a consistent art style throughout the entire thing. Arknights has probably been the closest. Like, they have tried. But it's difficult. Because you couldn't release characters now who... in Arknights that look like the characters they launched with, because people will call them ugly or too simple. So I get it. Still kind of frustrating though. Anyway, nobody cares. I think this is Thalman Nova Reactor. I don't remember if I did this today or not. We'll see. The days are kind of bleeding into each other. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't really like Minfilia's costume. I actually didn't really like the costumes of any of the Scions in Realm Reborn. They just actually weren't like an attractive composition. I mean, they kind of got edgier as they went, but honestly, I like the way the Scions dress now compared to how they used to. I mean, it makes much less sense lore-wise, because the Scions used to wear clothes that existed in the game. But they just didn't look good, in my opinion. Now they look a bit too edgy and anime, but they have a distinct look, and the designs themselves are actually nice. So, I think overall it was a good decision. Well, it's like different people have different ways of doing stuff, obviously. I find it funny that there's a lot of, for instance, content creators who make characters who look like a fucking clown. And yet they're in the cutscenes and they're taking it seriously. It's like, I have no idea how you actually do that. Like, watching Haps do Endwalker wearing the fluorescent green frog helmet. I have no idea how he's able to concentrate on anything but the fact that his dog shit character has no place in any of those cutscenes. I mean, Lalafels alone make it hard to take some cutscenes seriously, even if they're dressed properly. It's just the fact that you have a character type like that in a game like that makes it hard. But some people go out of their way to make it even worse, and yet they don't seem to have a problem with it. And it's like, I guess I just don't understand how they see things, and I guess I never will. Like, I am so like completely out there that if my character's not wearing the exact costume that I want her to wear in a cutscene, I get hyperfixated on it. Like, I'd always design a new costume for my character for a new expansion. I did it for Shadowbringers, even though it was with mods, and then for Endwalker I did a whole new vanilla costume for a new character. And it's like, that was like part of the process of enjoying the story, was you enter it as a character that you can believe. Like, you believe in your character seems rooted in the world, you know, and then you can enjoy everything else going on in the story. So that's how I see it, but obviously that's not how everyone does. It is funny, there's just some things people think that you will never understand, and it's frustrating, because you want to. You want to, like, see the world through their eyes, understand how they can do the things they do. But you're not, you can't do it. I mean, this kid is a good example of that. Asura, pretty hard to take seriously, but, you know, I try to design an Asura that you can actually take seriously. Let me tell you, it's kind of difficult. Asura are generally fucking horrendous. Oh yeah, this is a new chair. So Glue, does this seem consistent with Guild Wars 2's art style? I'll tell you, the game did not look like this when it came out. Guild Wars 2 has suffered really, really hard on the problem of diverging art direction. And the problem is, I want this fucking thing. This has no place in the game, but I want it. Shit. I guess that's classified as a chair. Well, like, you even have, like, a sleeping pose on it. It's like, I want my character to have a sleeping pose like that. It's fucking sick. I want to have that in real life. That's fucking awesome. That looks very restful. But yeah, I enjoy Guild Wars 2, but the art style has kind of become really, really out there. It kind of went in the direction more of a Korean MMO. Like, Korean MMOs are always the worst for just adding whatever as time went on. And even though Guild Wars 2 was ANET, which is Western, the parent company is Korean, and it just feels like this game is half Korean MMO, half Western MMO. Yeah. Hi, Sue. Sui. Susie. Suise. I think it's Suise. But you get mad if I call you Susie. The unicorn gun. The unicorn gun can go to hell. Or was it the unicorn bow? I think someone was talking about how the unicorn bow was the worst thing in this game. The unicorn something. They have an entire unicorn set. I want to be nowhere near it. The greens and some grass areas make it look horrible. I gotta say, I'm not sure what you're talking about. The greens make it look horrible. No. I can't say I ever really thought about that. The only thing I have an issue with in Guild Wars 2's design, because honestly, the environmental design in this game is pretty flawless, is that in order to have it look the way that it does, they need to have a very low draw distance, and they cover it up with fog. So you can never see very much in this game, even though what you see is good. And also the other thing is, the lighting is all fucked up on characters. But I think that's an engine thing. Generally, the exposed skin and hair of your characters will always have a pretty consistent lighting on it. But when you go into shadows, like I'm standing in shadow right now, kind of. I could probably like get a better example when it's daytime and we're somewhere else. But generally, the lighting on your character's skin and hair does not change very much, whereas the lighting on your clothing changes a lot based on lighting. And some areas it looks very strange. 14 had the same problem, I think, back before Heavensward. At some point, they upgraded the lighting engine in 14. But I remember having it the same problem. It might be a DirectX thing. Just shit. This game is really old. Holy shit. They would have been deving this game 15, 16 years ago. Like, this is an old game, dude. Time is moving. Yeah, they brought some music from Guild Wars 1, and then he composed some new ones. But then from the first expansion onwards, they lost him, so the game's bass music is fucking fantastic. But as the expansions go on, it's still good music, but you don't really notice it. Like when you hear Jeremy Soule, you hear it's unmistakable. Unmistakable. There's like 4 or 5 songs in this game that I'll just listen to on my own whenever. It's the same idea as Skyrim. Skyrim's soundtrack and this game's soundtrack, I think, are of equal quality. Although this game does not get the shine for its soundtrack the way that Skyrim does. Like, I think Lornar's Pass, the song Lornar's Pass, and the song The Farrar, I think those are probably some of the best songs ever composed. Like, period. And they brought the main theme. They used to have the main theme for character creation. Actually, it might have been Lornar's Pass. I'm not sure what it is now. But the character creator theme is great, too. Yeah, no Soul in Starfield. And the funny thing is that Jeremy Soule has actually composed for sci-fi games. And it works fine. Like, he composed the soundtrack for Total Annihilation and Supreme Commander. Those games had great soundtracks. Wasn't very sci-fi, but they fit. It kind of gave it like this grand space opera war feeling. So he seriously could have composed for Starfield. It would have been perfectly fine. Yeah, his controversy. Honestly, not many people actually cared about that controversy at all, and I think the entire thing was fake. I think the entire story was made up. And yet he still disappeared. Like his Twitter's gone. We haven't heard shit. Very strange. Like one of the, like it's actually like a mystery that I think about sometimes. Is like what's going on with Jerby's soul. But yeah, it's gonna suck. I mean, people, half of Skyrim was the music, like literally half of it, maybe more. Oh, content. Fuck it. I'm not staying in melee. I'm gonna scepter this. Fucking around with this boss is such shit. Chat, I'm not attacking fast enough. I'm not doing any damage. Okay, maybe I can at least get some of these off. Oh, fuck. I could be, like, helping the team, too, and, like, doing stuff, but I'm just gonna sit here, one button wonder. Okay, maybe this actually isn't as dangerous as I thought. I need to like actually get my hand to my shift key so I can dodge though.
Armor enhanced. Getting healthy.
I get Outer Worlds mixed up with Outer Wilds.
Getting healthy.
I haven't had really much time to think about games lately. I was supposed to be done playing games after Witcher 3, to be honest. Okay, now some damage is starting to come through.
Never felt that.
Yeah, like, the damage coming off this boss, I'm not even really sure where it's coming from. Like, I don't think I was standing in anything. I'm just standing and see if I take any damage.
Armor enhanced. Accelerating.
It might just be the burning effects of touching a circle. No, there's like a pulse there. There is something I'd be careful of. The circles in this game are not as precise as they are in 14. If you're staying outside a circle, but any part of your hitbox is in it, I think you still get hit. Like if I was standing like... Okay, maybe that wasn't a good example. I think it might have been that I was looking at down at my hopper sometimes and then like touching a circle and then burning. I'm not sure this boss does like a bunch of pulse damage for no reason. Although he does do that shit, spawns tornadoes on you. And the tornado hitboxes are also kind of a suggestion too.
Vision impaired.
Okay, well that was easy. I'm not sure how much damage I did. Okay,
Oh,
my inventory's
I
a
know of
fucking
good use
travesty.
for this.
Oh no, my dear 5000.
Oh no, my brain.
The fire elemental will stop before it can do too much damage.
Chad, if I was to vendor everything and make no money,
Statistically speaking, this is rather rare.
it's just gonna make a bunch of. Okay, that's not too bad. It just makes a bunch of gear packs. What? What? Okay, don't need the dust. I can't. I don't have any bank space for dust. Okay, box there. To there, here. Okay, that was a mistake. Now my inventory's full of food. Ah, fuck. My god, proper inventory management. I deserve the Nobel Prize for this shit. Okay. Don't look, Chad. I'm gonna commit horrible acts against humanity. You make money if you're patient and you set stuff up for purchase rather than selling it instantly. But the way I live my life is immediate gratification where I can't wait for anything. I'm not even sure if I can find it. I definitely can't afford it right now, Glue. I can't afford to spend any money on anything right now. Even though I desperately would like to buy more character slots so I can make a ranger. I mean in the Sura ranger, rather. But I gotta do everything organically. I'll have money one day, but that day is not this day. So we have to play the game as free-to-play Chad. Okay, I'll check to see if they actually had them out. Just would it be style? Fuck. It's chairs, but what are chairs under? I don't know, Glue. I'm finding it. Utility. Toys. Okay, yeah, chairs are a toy apparently. Oh, comfy cat chair. So that's 600 gems. Yeah. But any money I get in this game, I need to spend first on Celestial Scepter. And then I want Ruins of the Revenant, I think, for like more stats. Because it's just kind of a meme. And then after that, I think I want to save up some gold to buy another character slot. So I can make another character. I mean, I probably should like save money to get an Ascended Celestial set. Because that would be a really good investment. But that would take forever. It's probably something I should like work on over time. Because if I farm all the gold for an Ascended set of armor on stream and weapons, I will be a shriveled husk of a man. But yeah, 600 gems is... Wait, I probably shouldn't... Fuck. I wasn't sure if it was going to show any of my financial information, but it's actually not that much. But the conversions, this game does that weird shit where it converts at strange amounts, so you never have enough to buy what you want without buying, like, extra. Actually, what I just said was bullshit. That's not true at all. Never mind. I have, like, bug brain. I just spouted misinformation. The conversions for golden gems are all the same because you can't really have a conversion system without doing that. I think I was thinking of, like, every gacha. Hey, thanks, Twilight. Jarell's, I think, has, like, 66 months. Kind of crazy. For some reason, it's not really too hard to talk tonight. But I need to get back into things so I can like have my chat. I think this was like a really bad 2 months to leave. You know, even though I didn't really have a choice considering what was going on, but I think everybody kind of forgot about me. Ah, okay, where are we going? The Shatterer. I'm pretty sure I did Shatterer. This is the one down there and yeah. Okay, well I'll go, but I'm pretty sure I did it. It's fuck, where is it? Yeah, right here, right? Lowland Burns. Back when, like, they used to use, like, okay, I shouldn't say back when, they still do it, but when they use, diaresis in TTS in order for the bot to, like, adjust its speed, I think I kept thinking they were saying dialysis over and over again. I didn't know what a diaresis was until I started looking at TTS. Well, I was actually only going to do like a short stream today because I thought I would have had like stuff to test, but I ended up fixing stuff pretty quickly. But also just that it's sort of hard to go and to do like a long stream right away. I need to like work up to it. And also kind of get everybody else used to it as well. Because I come back like from like saying nothing to like streaming in the middle of the night, and yeah, I know it's kind of rough. But things in just general kind of rough. Okay, don't touch that. Fuck. What even is that? I got hit by like several of those. Okay, I'll take it.
There's the power.
Yeah, I still don't know what are the best hours to stream at. I think it's you just kind of do whatever. Depending on like where you are in the catalog, what time of day, these things all can change. The best advice I could never follow was to like go live and just don't look at your analytics. But of course, you can't do that. You have to look. You can't help it. Yeah. Zero viewer Annies are out there. There's a lot of them. If you want some perspective on being a Twitch streamer, you never think you're growing enough, you never think you have enough. But if you go in and watch, like when Endwalker launched, I went and I watched a guy in the catalog who had 0 viewers, and I think he was like 11 hours into his stream. Can you imagine turning on your cam, because he was a cam streamer too, turning on your cam for 11 hours, no chat, no viewers? Now, to be fair, early on, when you haven't been like beat down by the ravages of time, you're still like enjoying the experience of playing the game and having the stream on. But over time, that will fuck you up. Because you'll start to think like, wow, this is what I'm worth, 0 viewers, right? And you don't want to get that thought in your head. Because judging your value by social media analytics, people should know at this point is not a good thing to do. And yet, you can't help it. Wait. Shatterer does this bullshit, it's starting already. Okay, I can't be away from the group. This is horseshit. I stood 0 chance. My god, I'm still alive. How the fuck? Yeah, but Glue, here's the thing. Streaming just because you want to stream, well, you might as well just, like, get on TeamSpeak with your friends and play a game. Like, if you're streaming to 0 viewers, you're just adding unnecessary stress to yourself. Like, unless you have a plan. I can say this confidently, and I know that it's going to sound kind of whatever, but there are no streamers who have ever started at 0. Because it's literally impossible. You always start with, like, 5 or 10.
Oh, yes, I earned this.
You need to have somebody, because if you have 0, you'll never get found. It might have been possible back like when Twitch was really young, like Justin TV into Twitch. It might have been possible that there were so few streamers that if you were a 0 viewer Andy and had good content,
There's the power.
but now it is literally impossible. There's nobody who starts at 0.
It's my blood.
It's ridiculous to imagine starting at 0. And in fact, I'm pretty sure that most people now start with money and buy advertising. Because I can't see any other way you would do it. There's way too many people sitting down there on the low. They got to be doing something. No friends. Well, I was talking to some guy earlier about friends, and he went to have a shower and never came back. I guess it's like how I went to get the cigarettes and never came back. But I was talking about, he's like, I don't want to have friends because it's just like drama and bullshit. I don't need it. And it's like, listen, dude, even having bad friends is preferable and necessary to having no friends. Because if you have no friends, you'll just die. And he said, well, like, I have family. And he's like, good. You should have both. You want to have good friends and good family. They kind of have two different...
Rage at max.
It's sort of two different parts of your life. You don't just want to have one or the other. I mean, ideally. But, yeah. Okay, chat, can I actually, like, help with the boss? Where is his hand?
Accelerating.
God. I actually hate big bosses because you never know where you're hitting them until you see the numbers. Okay, when that I can see it now. This is pretty obvious. It's difficult, but it might actually be worth it that if you don't have friends, or you don't think you're capable of making friends, that to be something that you like put a lot of time and effort into actually doing because the benefits are just so important.
Armor enhanced. There's the power.
Okay, well, I didn't do much there for the boss. I was kind of trying to talk too much out my ass. But I gotta say, I did better than I did last time. Last time I came in here, I got stepped on and never recovered. I just stayed stepped on. Yeah, but I had no idea what that mechanic was. I was on his wrong foot and he caged me and then stepped on me. I didn't even have a chance to like get out of it. He just like did the bullshit. Put me in the cage, stepped on me. Well, online friends is a good substitute, but IRL is still good. You don't really get the full range of like the physiology of like the chemicals and shit that you get from being around people that you trust in real life and having real like face-to-face conversations. See, this makes me sound old, but the thing is, I used to think the opposite. I was like, I'm so bad at IRL stuff that I'll just go online and have online friendships. But the problem with that, though, is that they're not real because there's not really any stakes. With online friendships, the minute things get bad, you can just step away and act like you were never there. Like, you're on a Discord and you have a good reputation and you say some shit and they turn on you, you can leave and start a new life. Doesn't matter. But IRL, there's consequences. And keeping each other accountable is really important for having growth as a person. So, like, online friends are, like, way different. I'm not saying it's, like, it's not terrible, but it's not how humans were evolved to operate. So it's something that we're learning kind of on the fly. And we're seeing that people are still having a hard time with like being perpetually online. Like, I'm pretty sure their brain chemistry is suffering. Because it's not this whole thing about being a Luddite. It's about like, technology bad. It's just like, well, dude, we have like 100,000 years of the human brain being the way that it is, evolved for like being outside and talking to people face to face. And you can't just be like a social constructivist and say, well, none of that matters. Now we have the internet. We're just going to bring everything online. It's like, well, maybe eventually we'll get there. But since we still have human brains, we're still damaging them by not doing the things that are natural to human brains, which is to have friends, have family, eat together, fuck together, have actual consequences in your social circles so that you actually like become people and not just like ghosts that drift between Discord servers because there's no consequences and fuck the consequences. Like, I guess that's just all I'm trying to say is like it's just not so easy to suddenly be somebody else, disregard your biology and saying we have a new form of friendship. It's like, well, cool, but it's not as good as the friendship we evolved to naturally have. And just because you're bad socially doesn't mean that... Well, it's like both ways. It's like if you're bad socially, at least having some kind of online friendship is better than nothing. But it's not optimal, and you shouldn't think that they're exactly the same or as good as one another, because they're not. Just because you're bad socially doesn't mean that having IRL friends is not better than having online friends. Now, chat, I say that somebody who has no significant other, no friends, no purpose, no bitches, no gains, IRL. So I'm supremely qualified to give you this lecture. I hope you enjoyed it. Please donate to my PayPal. Fuck. Where are we going? The jungle worm again encounter on forest. So they're starting to rotate. So I did the jungle worm. Or wait, or did I? No, wait, I missed it. Because after that is the Modnir in Harathi. Okay, I'll go to Caledon. I'm pretty sure I didn't do this today, but we'll see. When I get off on these like rants, I feel like I sound like the biggest nerd. And like it's like online friends, but actually human brain chemistry. But I can't help it. They say that the things that bother you in life is what points you towards what you should do as a career. Like whatever bothers you, do that as a job. But I'm not really sure it's a good thing for me to like be hunting for like fuck. Dude. I need to be a more effective communicator. I need to talk in a way that's like people can actually like believe what I'm saying, you know? That's gonna be my eternal problem and goal, is to try to talk in a way that people actually believe what I'm telling them. Okay, so what are the worm mechanics? He does this. But otherwise, it's pretty safe to be in melee. I mean, this is an early zone boss anyway, so I can probably just do whatever. Become a therapist. I wonder about that sometimes, but I don't know if I could. Because I get really judgmental. I feel like I would let my patient's problems get way too into me and then become like way too like authoritarian and overbearing about like how to fix stuff. Because on a good day, I can accept people. On a bad day, I hate everything about everybody. And that's also the same reason why I didn't go to teaching school after university, is because I thought that, I think if I had to teach a classroom full of kids, if I had one moment where I got way too into what I believed, I could like, you know, mess up a kid, right? Like a kid looks up to a good teacher, but imagine like you look up to somebody and then one day they just like go off on you about something. It could be really damaging to a kid, you know? And I never wanted that to become a possibility, that I would like get way too schizo mental patient about like what I believe and what I think is right, that I would start like lecturing a kid harshly or like lambasting him for his decisions. Because even as a private tutor, it's not your place to like raise the kid, right? And then I would have a hard time like not crossing over that line. Because I have an issue when I believe something, I really am passionate about like talking about it. And that might be fine for Twitch. I mean, it's not ideal for Twitch, but it's fine for Twitch. But in a real life situation where it's like your vocation to not let things get too entwined with like what you feel as a person, not let your job get too messed up with how you are as a person, that I would mess up. Like I would cross that line. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like that'd be the case. Well, thanks, man. I'm glad my bullshit comes out to somebody. That's why I say like I'm getting too much like in dad mode. Like as I get older, I'm trying too much to like acquire wisdom and like when nobody asked, you know? Because when I started streaming, I wasn't as much like this, and now I'm more like it. Like I'm trying to like dad people too much. I'm trying to become like squad father. Wait, this is ads. I'm hitting a boss that does not exist. Well, it's like, you could say I'll work on it, but some things are really hard to work on. But if I had been in that environment, it would have been probably easier to learn how to like actually be around people. Because on Twitch, there's some things I've gotten better at doing as far as my speech, and some things that have gotten worse, right? If I had been like, if I like went to teaching college and like got on and had like a lot of like in-classroom stuff with kids and like learned where to draw the lines, it's possible that things would have worked out. But again, it's like a lot of things, you never really know. There's a lot of timelines that are inaccessible to us. So you never really know how things would have turned out. And I'm pretty sure it's too late now, so whatever path I'm on, that's the path I'm on now. Okay, add time. Well, I think for any guy, well actually for anyone, guy or girl, the older you get, the more you start thinking about kids. It kind of sneaks up on you. Not necessarily thinking about having kids, but about being there for a kid. About like passing on the things you've learned to a child. It honestly shouldn't be weird. It's the most natural thing in the world. Like it's probably the most human thing is like wanting to care for a child. I mean, women are a lot like that, but men are also a lot like that too. Just in different ways. So yeah, it's gonna happen to all of us. Like even XQC talks about like kids now more than he used to. It happens to everybody. XQC, the guy who like never should father a kid in his life and like notoriously has said that he hates kids. Nowadays, he's kind of saying stuff that's like a bit to the contrary. But for me, I'm probably never going to have a kid, but I feel like even having the position of that like uncle, like having a good uncle is important, right? So even that position, that's still something, right? As long as you're not the weird uncle. But who am I kidding? I'm probably the weird uncle also. Trying to like get like the kids into anime when they're like 7 years old. Unfortunately, I can see that future clearly. Yeah, so work on yourself for the sake of your nephews and nieces, if not for the sake of anything else. It's natural for families to be like to be big. Like kids grow the best when they have like a lot of people around them, because they get to take a lot of perspectives and guidance from like lots of different sources. So like sounds kind of weird, but like having a good uncle and having like good grandparents, that's like really important. I mean, the mother and father is the most important thing, but like having a good extended family is also really important too. Also, I thought to thank Shooter McLoads for the follow. Shooter McLoads, Jesus. It's way too wrapped up.
Armor enhanced.
But yeah, like families used to be like huge, right? It wasn't like you went off and just had like a house that was just like the mother, the father, and whatever, the kid. Like having a big family is actually like really beneficial. They used to say, well, they probably still say, it takes a town to raise a kid. It's true. The more good influences you have, the better. Kids do best when they're exposed to the most stuff possible. I mean, within like healthy reason, but you know what I'm trying to say. But now we kind of have this whole thing about like, well, you know, let's get everybody to move out and, you know, move out, have like your own house away from everybody else, Like, raise the kid in a house, just the parents and just the kid. It's like, that's kind of not... That's probably not natural. Because it used to be the tribe, right? You had the tribe, 50, 75 people. And then that was the family. I mean, you had the real family, but then you had the extended family, which was the tribe. And we know that's the sizes that were probably common because people can't really have close relationships with more than like 50 or 100 people. Like, the brain psychology, you can't actually have that many connections. So that it's probably indicative that, you know, we lived in tribes for like tens of thousands of years, and that was about the size of them. The tribes are about as big as the brains could handle keeping connections with, you know? So that's kind of like the upper limit for the extended family. It shouldn't be just like the mom, the dad. And this is how shitty things are now. Now it's not mom and dad. Now it's just like, let's have single parent households and wonder why kids are growing all fucked up. So people trying to say, hey, it doesn't matter if you only have one parent, as long as, you know, they do a good job. It's like, well, actually, no. I don't know why you ever think pushing that myth is a good idea. Anyway, that's kind of a different topic, so whatever. Yeah, very, very interesting, I'm sure. Chat, one sec. I gotta drink some water. Yeah. I got invited to join a guild. Thing is, I'm already in a guild. I just wasn't representing them. I'm in the original Guild Wars 2 Reddit guild from like... It's since the game started, so this is a really old guild. I don't really do very much with them, but I'm still in it. Glue, this was so long ago. This was back when Reddit was actually cool. Like, saying you were Reddit anything was, like, kind of neat. This isn't... It's not like saying that you're a Redditor nowadays. Although, I'm not really sure how, like, snowflakey they are. I mean, they call themselves testes. And one time I said hello, testicles, and they got kind of upset, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Yeah, this is back when Reddit was good. Reddit did have a time when it was good. Back in the Bronze Ages. But Guild Wars 2 guilds are pretty important as far as like getting everything. Like, this system's a lot more extensive than 14's for sure. Like 14, it's okay. You have the house. Cool. Guild Wars 2, you have your own giant fucking island. And the guild events. It's actually so complicated, I'm not even really sure how you run a guild. I never, like, try to pay attention.
Would you say it's possibly as big as this clap? Pepega clap world record. Pepega clap, Pepega clap, Pepega clap.
Knock, knock, who's there? Thanks, dude. To follow the donation. Is that Pocket Trash? The Pocket Trash? Cool. I was actually about to call it, chat, but you gave me a good reason to stick around. That being said, it's time for Gacha. Two-hand fab technique. Well, I gotta say, no. But I'll raise you this much. How about the zero-hand fab technique? I said I was supposed to have quit Azur, and I'll tell you, I really should have quit Azur. I'll show you. Because I finally finished this. This is the sign you're supposed to quit. Well, I play that too, Trash. I play 5 Gacha plus Guild Wars. Because I don't have a life. But anyway, this is the drop from New Orleans. I never got New Orleans because it's a 0.2% drop. But this is the hardest stage in the game. And I absolutely demolished it. That's when you know you're supposed to quit. But I don't, because I don't know. They're releasing a new ultra rare in a bit. Yorktown, the sequel. And I kind of want to roll on her. Because there's no ultra rare Eagle Union carriers, and I want one. And they kind of had to get me right on the edge of my dick. Because the thing I liked most about Azur was the American ships early on, and the Soccer Empire ships, because they were cat girls. So this new event is just Eagle Union ships, so it's like, fuck, I was supposed to quit, but now I want to come back and roll on the ships that I actually like. I don't care about German ships or French ships or fucking, I don't care. But American ships, I'll always roll. Because, you know, I started off with a bunch of American ships. Yeah, Glue, I kind of knew that Norcloud was gonna fall off, but here's the thing. I'm actually kind of happy because I enjoyed it. And even when, like, Ski and you and me were kind of like talking about it for like 2 or 3 days, I was like, well, that was kind of worth it to have those 2 or 3 days. And now the game will die, but we didn't have like a bad memory of it. Like, it's not going to be like a year from now and I'm playing Norcloud and being like, fuck. I mean, it is. That is what's going to happen, but right now, I'm just, you know, right now it's good. Oh, wait, Southampton. Oh, that's a skin. Cool. Cool, for a skin for a ship that you can't even play because it's terrible. Because 95% of the ships in this game are dog shit. Nothing worse than a design for a girl in this game that's amazing, and yet you can't use her in gameplay because she's terrible. This game is the worst for that. You loot a skin? Well, it's probably Albacore's, not even a skin, it's probably just Albacore. I mean, whatever, I'm getting old. Too busy to worry about shit. This is the lootest thing in the entire game, Glue. You go look at that on the VOD. You actually can't post Albacore in the official Azur Discord without violating the TOS. Hey, look, you want to look at ships, you boot up this game on your own. Okay, what's the actual order to do stuff that's not dog shit? Okay, roll on the ship. Yeah, check. Any cog awakens? No. Good on that. Spam soda. Embrace TOS. Well, did you see that, Trash? Did you see that shit? You can't post that on Discord. That's the kind of stuff that floats between Discord mods and PMs. Open one tech box. I can open one text box. Fuck. That's easy. Yeah, it breaks their own rules. Honestly, some of the artists for Azur are too base ed for their own good. And Albacore has skins, and they're even worse. Tomorrow I get whatever the fuck this is. HP and luck. Well, luck's actually a good stat, especially on heavy cruisers. Because it gives them dodge. And dodge is something they don't do much of. Any officers? No, I did this. I already forgot what I did. Okay, daily raids. I think Shinano is probably the thickest girl in this entire game. Although, I have the skin that makes her not as thick. Because I think it looks better. It's just her legs. I don't think there's any girl in the game that looks like that. I don't know, Glue. Can you really get any bigger than that? That seems like pretty biologically fucked up. But I got this skin. I like this skin a lot. she's too much. Yeah, she's too much. Unfortunately, you have to use her because she's so broken. She was the first Ultra Sakura Empire carrier, and she blasts everything out of the water. My hand went to hit Alt-Tab to switch to another gacha. There aren't even any gacha running. Holy. Shinama. No, Shinano. Well, Sakura Empire is the game's analog of the, I guess the Japanese Imperial Navy. No, Imperial Japanese Navy, right? IJN? But they can't call them that in the game, so they make new names. So they just call it the Sakura Empire. And she was like a theoretical carrier. I'm not really sure she ever even launched. Which ship was the one that got bombed in harbor and like never actually like got launched? I can't remember. Naval lore is deep. Like IRL naval enthusiasts are scary people. Hello, Hut. What is pocket neutron trash? I just realized I'm really hungry. I need to eat some candy. The hottest German ship? Well, in my opinion, I don't know. Some of the German ships now are getting to the point where they just look like magical girls. But I guess we can have a look through this. To be honest, I think Germans are my least favorite ships. Because they're made to look evil. And evil girls are not really my thing. I mean, U-47's pretty cool. I always liked her mask. This is a cool design. She was the first meta sub I ever got, and she's still like the strongest, one of the strongest in the entire game. So I like her. I mean, Nimi is always good, but Nimi's a starter. Back in the day when you actually used Vanguards. Well, I guess you use them now, kind of. I finally got this one to 120. See, when I started the game, Fredericia was like the goal, because she was the strongest ship in the game, period. And actually, she might still be. And this was 3 years ago. She has like, well, I don't know, it's German, so it'd be Frederici de Grossa. Like, that symbol in German is like the kind of like an S. It's, dude, German's weird, but you pronounce that Grossa and der. So, Frederici der Grossa. No, I can't fucking say all three at the same time. I mean, you could just call her Friedrich, or Friedrich, or... I don't know. I have a problem with this. I say names in my head and they sound great, and then I say them in real life and it's fucking dog shit. Anyway, she's the strongest battleship in the game for many years, might still be, but very hard to raise because she's an... I guess she's a decisive rarity ship, which means she takes like 500 million blueprints and you just never get her maxed out. Like, even now, she's still only 5 stars, and she doesn't even get... She loses 30% of her damage until she gets that last star and gets, you know, MGM plus, so she can fire all of her guns. It's terrible. But I almost have her there. Pretty close. I just got Odin. Odin's interesting because she's a battleship that can actually still fire on the front lines with her secondary gun. When she was released, that was really unique. And now they have a second German ship that does the same thing, which is the one I'm working on now. See, this is what I mean. Like, this looks like a VTuber. Like, the design's good. It looks nice, but this is looking less like it belongs in Azur Lane and more like it's a VTuber design. Anyway, with her, she also can fire her secondary gun on the front lines. So if you pair her with Odin, you basically have 5 ships worth of frontline fire. Like, you have your 3 Vanguards and your 2 battleships are launching their secondary guns. And they also have their primary barrages as well. So the Germans are kind of just about, like, more DACA, like firing constantly. And I like that, honestly. So I started raising those ships. But raising PR ships is a bitch because it's time gated to get blueprints. I don't know, some of these ships are kind of forbidden. I don't know. I got Aya recently, she's very strong. I kind of like her design. But I mostly like the fact that her stats are jacked. And also, I have been waiting to get her for a long time. So it might have not been so much that I like her. It was kind of one of those things that you like it because it just took so much effort to get it. I can't show that skin. That skin's way too much. Yeah, you pronounce that as Ayr. Dude, German's difficult, alright? But I am almost 100% sure you pronounce that as Ayr. Yeah, Google the skin. I'm not even sure if there's like a censored version, a decensored version. No idea. But because I finished Azur, I actually don't need to spend that much time playing it. And the most important thing is to get cubes. Because I have a serious gold stockpile right now. But I only have 200 cubes. And you need 400 to guarantee a UR spark. So I'm really behind. Although I've been pretty lucky with URs. I've never actually had to hit spark. I always get them early. But there's no guarantee. So I need to work towards 400 cubes before it's going to be launching like in 2 days. So I'm fucked. But if I'm lucky, I'll be able to get the ship and then try once again to quit this game. Even though it's going to be almost impossible. The voice acting, honestly, the voice acting is really good. But there's honestly no gacha that is bad voice acting. But they put a lot of work. Like Azur, all the money goes into the designs and the voice acting. There is absolutely no game dev that is done. The game is completely waifu simulator. They have not updated the gameplay itself. Actually, they've never updated the gameplay itself. It's always been the same shit. It's just gotten harder. But it never got really hard in a way that justifies actually raising your ships. Like, I finished chapter 14.4, which was... Yeah, you do need to have a strong fleet. But there is no content in the game that requires you to have a meta fleet. Besides PvP. But that only makes sense, because you're going up against other people's shit. But Operation Siren was easy from the start, and that's over a year old now. And chapter 14.4 is... Actually, all this stuff might be years old now. They have not added any new difficult content in at least a year. Probably more than that. And yet they still add tons of ships. But you get the ships, you have nothing to do with them. That's why I say Azur is really a merchandising game. Because it's actually just all about merchandising. Half the live streams, and I do mean half of the live streams, are Azur merch. They have about like half an hour of like content. And then for like, it's like the first 30% of the streams they play games. And then they do a few minutes of gameplay, and then the last half of the stream is merchandise. So, you shouldn't say you play Azur, you just roll on JPEGs in Azur and look at them. That's the whole point. Kuro actually is very good. If you start using her in as your support, you realize that she's fucking busted. And that's really unfortunate because everybody was using Hubble and Aki at the start because that's the best you had. But the issue is we're still trying to max out characters, and now they release Kuro, and Kuro is now the meta sniper, but we've already spent all of our time and resources on Hubble. So you're going to start over on Kuro, or you're going to keep trying to max out Hubble because you're already invested in her. Like, I mean, this is the thing that happens in every gacha when you start it, is that you're always going to be like trying to race to get the best thing. Because they're gonna design the new thing to work with the new content. Like, Kuro trivializes some of the content that I was struggling with Hubble. Because she just deletes things on the backlines. It's like that medic, you can't get to it because it out-heals Hubble. Well, no. You just fucking up Kuro, like, fucking full auto in the building. And it just destroys it. It's like, okay. Great. Yeah, trash. I got so lucky with this game, it's ridiculous. I have every character except for the bartender. I have every character. I got spooked twice in a row on a 10 pull with 3 stars I wasn't even looking for. It took me 38 characters to get Dush. Dush was the last purple I got. And I was mad. I was rolling the best characters in the game back to back, but I was actually upset because I couldn't roll the one character I wanted. And then when I rolled her, it was fine, but I actually felt like I was never going to roll her. It was fucked. Yeah, 2 Dush. Although dupes don't do anything. It's kind of like T.H.A.R, where the dupes don't do anything. They just give you resources to limit break. I kind of wish, though, that if you got a dupe with a character you're actually trying to raise, that you could choose to convert it into, like, a bunch of blueprints, rather than it being automatically converted into, like, omni neural cubes or whatever. Because it's like, wow. Like, I get Kuro, and it's like, well, now I can't get her maxed out for weeks and weeks because I'm locked on blueprints. You don't even have the option to really whale specifically for her on her banner. I mean, you can whale and just get a shit ton of neural cubes and convert them. But it'd be kind of nice if you had, like, a dupe of a character you could, like, help. You could use it to help advance that character. And not just have it, like, turn into Omnigel. Like, Princon was the same, but still. I'm not really sure I like that too much. I mean, it is easy to get characters. Norcloud really is, like, a combination of, like, Princon and Arknights. Just a more casual. I mean, it's kind of an auto chess game, and Princon is sort of like a version of auto. Like, you can't control. The only thing you control is your active skill timing and your ultimates. And Norcloud is exactly the same way, just with a different, like, layout for the actual gameplay. So yeah, Norcloud really is kind of like Princess Connect. It's weird, and the interface is very, very Arknights. Like, it's some things are like 1-to-1. I heard a beep. I'm not sure what that is. I mean, Willow's a nice design, but I think they made her specifically for promotion because she has not appeared in the story whatsoever, and her design seems too good. Like, she doesn't look like the other characters. It's odd. I don't know why I think that, but I saw her. It's like, well, she's way too pretty for this game. Unfortunately, though, she's not that good. So there's, like, a very small amount of characters that are, like, super viable, and if you don't get them, you're kind of fucked. I mean, there's still a lot of content in the game I can't do. I've been playing it every day. Like, I was able to finish. I can't get past, like, 29 black hole. And there's, like, 150 black holes. And it's like, bitch. There's a ton of content in the game that you can only do now if you have specifically whaled a lot. Like, you have a team that's full of nothing but, like, 9,000 power units, which you simply cannot get without whaling. And, like, there's, like, a bunch at the end of the game where, like, you have to do that. And it's like, dude, the game's been out for, like, what, a month? Like, chill, dude. You're usually supposed to have, like, one endgame thing that the whales can do, but this game has the black hole, the endless mode, okay, black hole and endless mode, and usually the hard modes you can't do right away. So the story you can manage to keep up with if you play every day and don't whale, but just barely. Like, they're, like, pacing out the content that you can only really do it if you've been playing it every day since the stuff was released. Like, it's crazy. Like, Chapter 5 came out, And it's like you could barely do it. So there's that. I mean, man. Well, I'm not sure what the meta is right now. I'm pretty sure the meta right now is Croc on tank. Persica or Nanika on healer. Aki or Betty on warrior. Hubble or Kuro on sniper. And Sakya or Angela for specialist. It seems like if you don't do that, you're kind of like shitty. I mean, Angela alone is fucking crazy because her skill directly reduces cooldowns of all your party members, so she just makes everybody stronger. She does spell pushback on enemies and does cooldown boost on allies. That's fucking nuts on one unit. And you might pass over her because that's not very good at the start of the game, but the more the game goes on, the better that kind of thing becomes. Because the more you level up the skills, the more, like, the bigger the ratios get, and the stronger your other units get, the better her passive gets just on its own. So that kind of unit is crazy. But Sakya is the other side where she's like a damage specialist. She like bleeds the fuck, like dot specialist. So completely different role. But I heard they're both good. Use your Kuro. Is your Kuro power level 8,000 glue? Because otherwise, I don't care. Well, to add friends, you need to have their ID, or you need to board a unit. Like when you're doing a map, you can add a support unit, and they will give you like a list from a bunch of people. And then after you finish the map, you get the option to add them as a friend, and then if they accept, you can be friends. I kind of wish they had a directory of friends, because they have that in Girls Frontline 1. They don't have it in Arknights. They're actually using the Arknights system for friends. But it's really important early on. There's actually some content you're just not going to be able to do unless you have friends. Like, I would not be nearly as advanced as I am now unless I was... Like, if I was not borrowing Aki for every single map that I was doing. And, like, finally now my Aki is about as tough as the Whales Aki would have been on, like, day 2. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, you need to have a support. Like, getting into, like, Chapter 4, Chapter 5... I mean, fuck. Whatever chapter it is that has, like, the shit on the floor that, like, drains the health out of your allies and, like, buffs the health of your enemies, that shit's fucked. Like, if you don't have the stats to end the map before that becomes a problem, you're... No. Like, you need strong DPS. Like... I just kept saying that, like, Neural Cloud was, like, a good memory. Like, I've enjoyed it. But thinking back to some of the maps and how fucking down to the wire it got, man... And you just, like, wish you had more control. It's like if you could just move your units off the fucking shit, or, like, get them to attack the right thing, there'd be no game. There really wouldn't be. Like, the RNG... Well, it's kind of RNG, kind of not. I mean, the RNG is mostly, like, getting the right cards. But usually when you're on a map, if you place units in a certain way, it's typically going to play out the same way every time. The difference is, like, how you use your couple of skills. It's like in some ways you have a lot of control, in some ways you don't. But it's meant to kind of be like a game where, like, it plays itself eventually. Like, if you can't win a map in Neural Cloud, you can, like, get Big Brain, or you can just wait a week until your units are tougher, and then just do it. Like, I'm not sure there's ever going to be any content in the game where you can never do it unless you're, like, really good at the game. I don't know. See, I don't know how the game's roadmap works in China. Because the game's been out in China for a year, and I have no knowledge of how things are going over there. I just know it's not very financially successful. But then again, everything Sunborn gets their hands on is unprofitable. Hello, Lord Hezen. Oh yeah, I was going to say Vulnerability Cloud. I forgot that. You actually can't do the 4th one. Apparently, they released it way earlier in the West. And apparently to do Vulnerability 4, you need to have two full teams of whale characters. Like 2 maxed out teams. So that is literally impossible unless you spend a lot of money. And even Vulnerability 3 is like... I think I could do it about a week ago. Like, it took me about a week to get to the point where if I borrow with support, I can finish it. So even 3 is pretty tough. 4 is, like, impossible for, like, a long time. Like, there has not been any content in the game that's actually required 2 teams, period. Like, chat, I don't even know how to use 2 teams in NeuroCloud. Like, why would you ever? Like, I don't think they've even introduced, like, a situation where that's necessary. And then you have Vulnerability 4 coming in, like, you need to have 2 maxed out teams. It's like, dude, I don't have the knowledge or the abilities to do this. So yeah, forget about Vulnerability 4. Work towards doing 3. But even if you only do 2, it's fine. Honestly, the rewards from Vulnerability don't even seem to be that good. It's like the only neural cores you can roll on that are any good are the ones for Croc or Betty. Betty Crocker. But other than that, just do like your 10 farms a day for cores. Chat, I have more to say about NeuroCloud than I have to say about Guild Wars 2. What the fuck, man? And I was trying to eat candy for like 2 minutes. But that's kind of the way the stream is. Just like talk about whatever and the game is just a backdrop, right? Yeah, well, Trash, that's just a gacha thing. I mean, you just kind of like stop being mad at it. Like, every time I got something to NeuroCloud, I couldn't finish. I kind of stopped myself from getting mad because I knew that the game is designed to gate you like that. Like, there's some stuff you can't do. Maybe there was like better choices you could have made on the cards. But there are just going to be some things you get to in the game where you just can't do it. Like a boss that'll out-heal your DPS. It's like, it doesn't matter really what I did. Like, if I did nothing but take DPS cards for the entire thing so I could kill the boss, well, suddenly my tank dies because my tank has no cards. Like, the answer is just wait until you can limit break your units, and then suddenly you can finish a map. That's all there is to it. There's not very much skill involved. And when you think about it that way, it makes it kind of a really good casual game. Like, you play it half an hour a day, and you just quit the game, and you had a good session, and then that's it. It's good to have one gacha like that, where you're not stressed out, just log in, play it, enjoy it, quit. And that was how they designed it. So, well done. Dude, this chocolate is amazing. I didn't realize how hungry I was until I ate it. Well, anyway, I probably should finish up Azaleen and get out of here. Because Girls Frontline is about to reset the original. There's an event going on in that game right now, so you can't finish it in like 5 minutes like before. But Girls Frontline still doesn't take very long to finish. The same thing with Azaleen. I specifically went into Girls Frontline in the last 2 months, and I finished every single thing in the game that could be finished. So I finished every map, every medal, every event stage on every difficulty. And it was a pain in the ass, but again, I needed to do it so I could like stop focusing on the game. So for Azaleen, I finished chapter 14.4. That was what I did for Azaleen. Arknights, I finished every map with 3 stars. And that was fucking awful, dude. The last chapter of Arknights, Hell Mode, holy shit. Made for Chinese brains. I could not, for the life of me, do that. But eventually I managed. So I got Arknights off my mind. Genshin, I did every achievement. I don't recommend doing that. I mean, for one, I don't recommend playing Genshin. For 2, I don't recommend going and doing every achievement. Terrible. The desert, dude. Every achievement in the desert. There's no map in the desert. The whole thing is that it's these underground catacombs. There is no map. There is no map, and you need to open up 250 chests. Suck my dick, MiHoYo. Suck My dick. So I'm done with that. I'll be fully done with Genshin when I finish the team I'm doing and then do Abyss and get the name card. Because for some reason I haven't finished Abyss in 2 years. It's weird. And then Norcloud, as I say, that's casual because I'm done everything that's meant to be done. So I kind of put myself in a decent position with Gacha. The only way to get really unaddicted was to just finish everything. You just get addicted until you get over to the other side. And then that makes it easy just to play Gacha on stream sometimes and then not play it on your own. I think the only thing I can do here is... I could do Opsa, I guess. Yeah, I guess I'm not quite done. Anyway, what else do you guys want to talk about? Talk about Gacha all day long, every day. But now that the Gacha have started to reset, it's going to be like a bit before I get back to Go Wars. Oh, fuck, I forgot meta battles. I hate this. This is probably the worst thing about Azur now is doing meta battles. Well, to be honest, Trash, they didn't make it very obvious that there was an event. Because it made you feel like the event was to roll on Kuro. And it's unfortunate because the rewards from the event are really, really, really good. And it's something that you want to spend your keys on every day, so the more days you miss, the less rewards you're going to get. But probably the most valuable thing, as far as like getting set up for the future, is making sure you get Kuro's neural cores, and getting some of the algorithm boxes. Because algorithms are really important to your unit stats, and it's kind of somewhat RNG outside of the event. But in the event, you can like pick specific boxes, so I found it kind of cool. But it seems like everything in the shop is good, so you want to get everything. Yeah, I was surprised. I actually liked the... Well, okay, I shouldn't say I liked the event. It was actually not bad. It wasn't too long. And I kind of like Kuro as a character. She's actually not too bad. She could be a lot more annoying. She's more annoying in Girls Frontline 1 when she becomes MDR. She's annoying in that game. Fuck, man. But I kind of like her here. And she is a good unit, so... I think it was a pretty good event. And that last stage was a pain in the ass. Because it was the only stage in the game that had a unique mechanic that it didn't tell you about. It was that you have to actually bring healers and basically run out the timer on the boss. Because normally in Norcloud, the longer the match goes on, the more damage both sides do to one another and the less healing works. So eventually if you don't kill a boss, you'll die because they don't have to heal and you do, and they'll just wear you down. But in that event, there is no timer. So as long as you can keep the tank alive, you can spend 10 minutes whittling down the boss, and that is the intended strat. So, I like that, but it was kind of a kick in the ass because nothing else in the game was like that, and it didn't tell you that. You just have to notice it. You just have to like go in and notice that there's not any like enrage happening, and then be like, okay, back out, get 2 healers. Although even then, you need to have a good tank because the boss still does a lot of damage, so I think I still had to have my Croc. Like, she almost died. So, I think the last stage of the event is really difficult, and it's supposed to be because it gives you a medal, and the medal is just for bragging rights. So, it's not really required to finish the event. It's just like the EX stage. If you do it, like, cool. Yeah. Thanks to follow, Turius. Thank you. Did you actually did you get the medal, Trash? Like, are we talking about the same stage? Like, this was like the actual like EX stage where you finish it and you get like this red medal. You're thinking something else. Yeah, I was gonna say your team's probably not strong enough to do that because again, I was playing it every day and I could barely do it. Croc. I can't believe her name is Croc. The names in that game are so fucking weird. You want to use Croc or Boney? Betty Crocker. Fuck, man. I like how Betty is good because Betty was terrible in this game. Like, Betty in this game is IDW and she's not good. God, where did I put her? No, wait, she's an SMG. Actually, I guess I have her ninja skin. That's not too bad. That looks kind of more like the art in Norcloud. But this is a default. Yeah, this art's like 7 years old. Old IDW. She's so bad, you have to set up an entire team around her in order for her to work. That's generally not a good sign. Yeah, Jin's the only character I don't have. Which is fine because he's a guy and he's not that good. Then again, missing one character in a gacha is really frustrating. Even if you don't want the character, missing something when you're so close to having everything, it's rough. See, with Norcloud, it was the closest I got to having every character in a game. So not getting there is rough. And I'm not sure if I'm going to have another chance because I don't think the game's going to give me enough resources without doing the monthly card to be able to roll every 3-star. Because there's a banner coming very soon with 2 new 3-stars. And I think I have enough resources to pull one, not both. Florence V. Florence is not bad. Florence is also in this game too. She's 19. I just gotta like remember if I'm allowed to show her skin. Or yeah, not 19, 15. She's like the same in this game as she is in Norcloud. She's not bad. She's not really like super good. Her tiles are weird. Like buff the Frontline, it missed 2 of the rifles unless they're like handgun. Well, if you have a handgun in that position, buffing up. Yeah. It's kind of niche. Tiles are really important. Well, that's fine, Trash, because I'm not even sure there is a wiki for Norcloud. Do more gachas do the enemy syncs? Some do. Epic 7 was the first one that I think had like... Well, okay, maybe that's not true. Princess Connect Redive had anime cutscenes. Epic 7 has them. Norcloud has them. This game has them for the Coalition units. When they do the ultimate, they have an anime cutscene. And it's the same style as the cutscenes in Norcloud. So they had them. I'm trying to think of anything else. To be honest, I don't like Epic 7. I think it's a soulless fucking game. But the ultimate cutscenes are really good. Like, some of them I think about, I can still see them. Like, fuck. They're really good. Yeah, I played Princess Connect for a month. I had to stop, though, because it was like brain rot. Like, the characters are really, really, really toned down. I mean, it is cute, though. Holy fuck, is that game cute. Yeah, I wish Epic 7 was, like, the resources for that game was made by, like... Man. Like, that's the kind of game you want FGO to be. Although FGO Arcade is kind of where all the money, as far as the dev goes, in FGO. Fuck. But yeah. I played the game, I played Epic 7, and the first couple of days I was really taken in by it, and then I realized what kind of game it was, and then I kind of got upset because I knew that it looks so good. There's so much budget put into it, and yet it's the game that it is. And it's like you want the resources to go into a game like that, but good. Not a game where you have PvP and can whale your units, and you have to spend your in-game currency to remove your equipment from your units. Also, cash shop pack pop-ups every 5 seconds. I hate that shit. Norcloud does some of that too. I wish they wouldn't. Yeah, Blue Archive might actually be the cutest game, but I didn't get into that because, fuck, maybe I should. Holy shit. because it didn't take off on Twitch at all. But then I gotta realize, like, no gacha is gonna take off on Twitch unless it's like a couple. But I don't think I can now because I'm so far behind. I remember I got into Azur and Girls Frontline very late, and I suffered for a long time. Especially in Girls Frontline, I really stressed out a lot about getting my echelons up to date. And then after a while, it became kind of like a vendetta. It's like, I'm going to make this game my absolute bitch. Because I had to go into Shatter Connection with underleveled... I went into Shatter Connection without even having any shotgun echelons. And then you learn real quick. You fuck around, you find out. And ever since then, I said to myself, I'm going to win everything in this game. And then I did. And you know how I feel, chat? I feel nothing. I feel empty. Yeah, well, see, Blue Archive is also Korean, and it's Nexon. Like, in what universe are we forgiving Nexon for their sins? I mean, serious question, dude. We already knew years ago Nexon was a scumbag company. The monetization of MapleStory, they fucking threw away Vindictus, made a bunch of fucking dog shit, and now they come out with Blue Archive, and it's like, we'll play Blue Archive. Dude, your memory's this short. Although I guess now it's been long enough that it's a new generation, that they don't even know how scummy Nexon is. Yeah, true. And like, the design in Blue Archive is pretty fantastic. Like, they have some of the most polished like designs and like art pieces. It's true. They're probably among like the best. Like, the character designs are ridiculously good. But I played it for a few days, and I stopped. And now I think if I was to get back into it, it'd be tough. The game really requires you to stay up to date. Especially to do the raids. And even when the game started, I was struggling really early on because I didn't pull the meta units. Like, I couldn't finish some of the early stuff because I didn't have the right teams. Like, there's a lot of stuff that has to sort of fall into place to play it. And I was like, well, I guess I'll just skip this one. Nikkei also. Yeah, let's not talk about Nikkei. Look, I finished as much of that as I could finish. Apparently, they released a lot of content at the start. Content that would take months and months and months to see the end of. Like, imagine Neural Cloud released with like 15 chapters. That's kind of how Nikkei was. Like, there was a cutscene that appeared on YouTube, which was like the ending of the current content. And people were like, where the fuck did this come from? But it was somebody who wailed so hard they could finish all the content, and they got the ending cutscene, which is like an animated cutscene. They got it like really early on, and nobody else had seen it. And it was just like surprising. But yeah, that game was... Here's the thing. Nikkei was under, I believe, Tencent's umbrella, or like another company like that, a big company. And they're very notorious for like seriously restricting how much progress you can make in a game. And the reason you know that is because in Nikkei, if your echelons are underleveled even by 1 point, they get an enormous stat debuff. And so that lets you know that they only want you playing at the pace they want you playing at. And it's way too hands-on for a company to be interfering with how you play a game. Not to mention that the game honestly doesn't look that good. Like, let's be honest. They put a lot of money into the L2D, but not every character has been designed equally. And the environments are actually kind of dog shit. Like, the game looks like the game looks like a rail shooter from like an arcade like 30 years ago. It didn't draw me in. I had a lot more fun being immersed in Neural Cloud than I did in Nikkei, which is a good comparison because they came out almost the same time. Thing is, though, Nikkei still has a slight presence on Twitch, but we all know why that is. There's not really any kind of mystery there. But also, notoriously, like, really hard to play that game. Like, Nikkei wants you to play it on auto because aiming is terrible. I'm not sure if it's any better on phone, but I was playing on an emulator, and I couldn't do shit. I just wanted to play assault rifle because playing every other weapon feels awful. But for like the hard content, you're forced to do it manual. So it's like, get good at the shitty controls. It's like, well, actually, dude, I don't feel like it, so uninstall. But I also kind of feel good about like playing gacha and being able to drop them. Like not getting addicted to some of them like I got with the old ones. Like a lot of gacha came out that I didn't get addicted to. Tower Fantasy, didn't get addicted. Nikkei, didn't. Blue Protocol, no. Like, there was a risk that every time I pick up a new gacha, I would get addicted to it. Also, Glue, do you recognize this character? I wanted to ask you. The reason why I wanted to get Dush in Neural Cloud. It's Dush, but it's her older version. Actually, Dush has... Well, in this game, she's KSVK. But she actually has 3 forms. Her original is like the MILF form. She has a lot of costumes. No, because that's her default mod 3. So that would be probably like her like late teenage form. And this is the same thing. And then this is her original. So she actually has 3 different bodies. It's very interesting for a character. It makes sense in the sense of a game where there's androids that can move their neural cloud between bodies. To like, you know, to have several. So that's her original, and then a skin for the original. No, that's a skin for her second form. That's a skin for the first form, and then... And this is where they got the child form from. So she only has 1 skin in Girls Frontline 1, that's Dush. And then in Neural Cloud, she's just Dush because it's a prequel. But honestly, I like this, I find this one's the best one. This one's really good. Like, this skin's fucking fantastic. And there's no fan art of it. Nobody cares about it. It's awful. I hate it. She's pretty wholesome in every form. But she's the kind of character that, like, she has the childish form, but her, like, mature form is very, like, grown up. I mean, makes sense, right? But there's a really clear dichotomy. Like, her adult form is really... Like, the way that it worked is that she had the child form, and then she got the adult body. And then after getting to terms with, like, how she wanted to be, she got the third body, which was, like, the in-between. So, I like this version of KSVK because this is actually her final form. And I like that. It's interesting. It'd be like how I would write a character. With a bunch of bullshit. QBB? QBU. I never really used her in this game. She's okay. I somehow got one of her skins, though. She looks very angry in her base skin, but every other skin she has, and even her in Neural Cloud, is like very happy. So you look at this, her base, and it gives you like the wrong impression. Yeah, she has one of the best cutscenes. Have you seen Florence's cutscene? Fuck, man, they sold... I'm pretty sure they sold many people on the game just because of Florence's cutscene. It doesn't have anything to do with what she's doing in the battle. Like, it's just like completely separate shit. Okay, they did a client update on this game. Yeah, I've seen all the cutscenes. I wasn't going to be like a purist. I went and looked at all of them. They did a client update on this game, and there's some bugs. And it kind of makes it really hard to find out like what you've done during the day. I think overall it's better. Kind of weird though. Blink, I'm not ignoring you, I'm just talking too fast to pay attention. No, well, I specifically went to YouTube and then watched the video on all the cutscenes. I like Kuro's. It's actually kind of well shot, actually. I don't know what it is about Kuro's cutscene, but the character design in the cutscene makes it look like she was drawn by Budoki. Well, actually, I could show you some art, but that might not be good. Anytime I feel like tempted to open up Danbrew on stream, that's a really bad idea. Okay, I sold out on EXP books and hockey EXP books. I got nothing to do here. No. The minute that I get too smug about like finding things on Danbrew, I run into a mistake. I remember the last time I went to an anime con, and this panel being run by some real edgelords. And they were like, wow, you guys have seen fucked up shit? Man, look at this site. We'll show you some fucked up shit. Like, this is like an audience of like 50, 60 people in like a conference room in an anime con somewhere. And the guy literally goes to a buru and shows like child porn, like Full Metal Alchemist, like ex Chimera. Like, what was the girl's name? And anyway, I don't want to get into it, but they literally, and me and Visa were there, and we just like got up and we just left. We're like, we're getting out of this mess right now. I do not want to be witness to what's going to happen after we leave. So the moral of that story is like in your haste to like show off your degenerate anime knowledge, you might just commit a crime in front of a live studio audience. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I never watched the original, so I don't even remember. But yeah, it was pretty much like Rule 34 of like her and the dad. I'm not really sure how the dog form works into it, but it was pretty out there. But yeah, we got up and left because we're like, we're not gonna be here when the shit hits the fan. How many do I want? Yes, one more, and then blues. Okay. Yeah, you can't be too confident. Nobody is really that impressed at your degenerate knowledge. Not all knowledge is appreciated equally. It's like, yeah, I've seen some stuff that I never want to talk about. I'm not proud of it. I didn't necessarily go searching for it either. Okay. Yeah, see, this is what I hate about meta fights, is that you have to like check on them several times. Like, you have to check on it 6 times. And I don't even want the unit. She's not even good. I thought she might have been its Arizona meta. And I was like, okay, so an actual American battleship that I might be able to pair with New Jersey. But nope, she's not any good. 5K hentai artist. Dude, I just said you don't have to share everything you've been through. I want, I've been stocking up on skill books. Well, at least Ecchi doesn't get you banned from so many family dinners. Still pretty bad, though. I gotta say, I don't like anybody in this team, but I had to put it together anyway, because it's kind of a meme. These are all machine guns that never have to reload. So it's like I just tried to make an assault rifle echelon with extra steps. But I kind of did it wrong. Because this character here, her mechanic is that as long as she's not the highest damage machine gun in the field, she never has to reload her gun. And unfortunately, she's beating the fuck out of the other DPS, so she has to reload her gun. So you need to put her in a squad where she won't be too good. The worse she is, the better she is. So I kind of fucked up on that. Nobody. In fact, I'm not showing you shit. I went out of my way to never favorite any images on Danburu. I think I want some better machine guns for this, thank you. The thing about like high rarity in Girls Frontline is it's not necessarily the high rarity guns that are the best guns. You can get really fucked up if you keep the mindset that like high rarity is better. Like for instance, this gun here is going to out DPS probably either of these two, and this one's the actual broken unit. I just don't know how good. Actually, yeah, MG5. I think this is good. I think this will do really good. Shotguns, SAT-8, AA-12, perfect. Okay. Here, 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 here. Okay. Now let's die. Glue, I've already seen your Twitter. Cool. Chat, I'm going to be stuck in Gacha for so long that the world boss is going to spawn on me again. Man, Genshin reset in half an hour. Which one's the poggiest of Gachas? I'm pretty sure it's still Arknights, to be honest. I mean, I was hating on Arknights hard after finishing all the content, but after I slept on it, you know, it's all good. But I've been starting to notice kind of a problem with Arknights, and it's that the story is becoming unreadable. I thought I was just imagining it for a while, but I think Arknights is being written by AI. Like, I think they're getting an actual scenarist, like, do the world building and do, like, the character building. But I'm pretty sure all the actual, like, MSQ and event stories are, like, a prompt being fed into an AI. Because the shit goes nowhere, takes forever, and is unreadable. Fuck, dude. Yeah, see, I know AI can create stories. I mean, the art being made by AI is not great, but with editing can be indistinguishable. So I think absolutely companies are using AI. AI prompts to like make a character and then they do cleanup. And I wonder, well, the thing is with doing that with stories, it wouldn't even be worth the effort to go and do the cleanup. Like, I'm pretty sure Gacha spends zero time thinking about their MSQs. Because that's not what makes any money, right? There's always going to be somebody who's going to read everything in a game. And that somebody's me. But it wouldn't make sense for them to actually do any writing beyond whatever's needed to flesh out a character enough that people want to roll on the banner. Because think about it, why would anything after that ever matter? You get the voice lines, you get the design, and you get like the couple of quips. After that, real diminishing returns. And it's a shame because I like Arknights, but I just don't feel like they actually are interested in like disseminating all the world building work that they did in a way that actually like is engaging. The only thing that's even slightly readable in Arknights is MSQ. But we get one of those once a year. It's fucked up. I hope Enfield is not the same way because they're making Hyperglyph's making a basically an Arknights Genshin. Like they're doing a Genshin but Arknights. That could be really good. I hope they don't pull the same bullshit. Because reading the story in Genshin's bad enough. If they had the Arknights writing in a Genshin setting, I would fucking kill myself. Unless you could skip it. I mean, you could still skip the text in Arknights. You can't skip the text in Genshin. And I know I just did that new, like, festival event and I wanted to shoot my own face off. Couldn't skip shit. The new, like, Pong game was kind of fun, though. They made, like, a breakout clone for Genshin. Feels like it took a lot of work. Okay. Okay, the event shouldn't take too long because it has, like, a grind mode. forced interaction. Which ones? You mean like the ones where you have to like actually select options and you can't just skip it? Yeah, it's pretty bad the second time through. First time you're already reading the story. At least we are. I know Pocket you're not, but oh yeah, I tried to fight this boss once. I got fucked. Just these 5. Yeah, there's like points in 14, and they do it more often now where you're like forced to stop and talk to people and select options, and you're not allowed to skip it. I don't get it. You can buy roll weapons here. Yeah. True. Yeah, and I have enjoyed every MSQ I've done in 14. I have not enjoyed every side quest, and I really don't enjoy doing repeats. The longer these games go on, the harder it is to actually go back and do a full playthrough. Like, a New Game Plus run of everything in 14 is like a several week project. I mean, unless you're just like speed reading, but I don't think you should. I feel the same about Guild Wars 2 also. Every time I finish Guild Wars 2, I want to go back and do the story from the start again because I've forgotten all the bullshit that happened because this game is really hard to keep straight. There's so much stuff going on in this game, you can't keep any of it straight. Fuck. I'm thinking about that. I need more candy. I'm not sure I have anything good left. Okay. I'll just keep eating what I have. Yeah. This is kind of the philosophy I'm taking, and it's kind of about like where the effort goes. 14 side quests are above industry standard. But side quests are still side quests. The devs don't care, and neither should you. The only game, and I mean the only game I've ever played that had side quests that were good was Witcher 3. And that's kind of sad because that was recent. Witcher 3 side quests were the only ones that actually felt like they were indistinguishable from the quality of the main game. In like live service games, that's not the case. They're filler by choice. They're not written by the main writers. You really shouldn't pay attention to it. You can say, oh, they hide world building in there. But I don't care. There's never been a time where I've done a side quest in any game where I stopped it and said to myself, what I learned there was worth the time I spent trudging through this dog shit. And I always go into games thinking that they'll change my mind, but they never do. So even 14 now, I don't read side quests. I read side stories, like the raid stuff. But if there's any like NPC with a quest and I want to do it for like XP or whatever, I'm not reading it. I used to. I learned my lesson. There's so many games out now, and there's so much stuff vying for your time. It's best to enjoy what the devs put the most time into, because you're lucky to even get an MSQ that's good. You should appreciate it when you do. But there's no game that puts work into the stuff that's like off the beaten path. It's very rare. I shouldn't say never. It's becoming more and more rare. I'm sure Red Dead probably has that same thing too. Unfortunately, this year only has enough space for one super very long game. I played Witcher 3, I finished 100%. And the funny thing is I know it's a good game because I did everything in Witcher 3 and I didn't complain about any of it. I was happy to do every piece of content. Even all this. Not only did I play Gwent, I played every side quest in Gwent and got every card. So yeah, I did everything in Witcher 3. The quality for that one was pretty much clear across the board. I'll say Jesus. It shouldn't be a Jesus moment. It should be a good thing because it was a game that everything in it was enjoyable. It wasn't a slog. You should be saying Jesus mocked everything I'm doing here in this fucking gacha bullshit. This is Jesus mock needs an intervention. Playing everything in Witcher 3 is understandable. I personally liked... What did I like most? I don't know. I like Blood and Wine, but my memory is already kind of hazy about it. I can't think of what I liked most in Witcher. Blood and Wine definitely had some good moments. But I think I like the base game more. I didn't like Heart of Stone that much. I think Heart of Stone was probably the low point for me. Still good. But I remember thinking every point I was in Heart of Stone, I was like, I just want to get to Blood and Wine. I want to see what this whole thing about like owning the winery is. And I got there and I enjoyed it. Unfortunately, Blood and Wine was kind of based around like northern Italy, southern France. That's not really my favorite kind of environment. But it was good. The cities were good. Owning the winery was dope. I unfortunately got the worst possible ending for the end of the quest line with the royalty or whatever. I am so bad at doing the right thing, I gotta say. I made all the fuck ups. Here's the thing. Any game where you try to play all sides, usually if the devs are smart, if you try to play all sides, you'll get punished for it. So you try to please everybody, you're gonna get everybody killed. Because sometimes, just as in real life, you have to take a stance on something. If you're on all sides, you're on no sides. Dude, honestly, fuck. I'm trying to think what the best thing. It honestly just keeps coming back to Gwent. Skellige was cool. But Skellige for me was weird because there was a folk song, a couple folk songs that I have known for years now. And they appeared in Witcher 3. And I was very surprised to hear them. And they actually appear in a lot of other games too, like I think on like Civ. Those songs, there's some original parts to it, but they're like remixed from like pretty old Celtic folk songs. So you hear them in the game, you're almost like surprised. It's like the Celtic classics, like the 10. Those 10 Celtic classics that everybody knows. But yeah, I feel like with a lot of people, you might experience something good, like a good book, good movie. You don't remember so much the details. If you rewatch it more and more and think about it a lot, you'll be able to recall more details. But you'll always have this impression of like, I didn't like it or I did like it. You might forget every single thing about a certain piece of work, but you'll never forget about like how you felt when you were doing it. So I'll always remember that like Witcher 3, I might forget everything about it, but I'll always be able to say I enjoyed everything about Witcher 3. And I'll always say about Genshin that the first week of Genshin was one of the best games of my life, and then every week after that has been pure torture. The quests in the Skellige were really elaborate. I gotta say that, like, that shit got pretty deep in the weeds. In a good way. Yeah. Well, it's kind of sad if you think about it, because it's the fact that the first week was so good that's what made it hard to quit the game for years to come. Because every day you log on to a game and you're like, well, today I hope I feel the way I did when I first played the game. And you never will. I heard some good advice that the minute you fall out of love with the game, you stop. Because it will never improve. It might improve if you take some time away and come back. But you'll never rekindle your love for a game by continually poking the ashes. I don't think you can use that same advice for relationships, though. I mean, it works for games. Yeah, what was my high point for 14? You know, the funny thing is that I've always used 14 as like a something I'd go back to when I was stressed. So it sounds kind of weird. I don't really have a lot of good memories of 14. Because it was always like during a time in my life where I was like escaping from something else. Like using it as an escape method. It's funny, I don't feel the way about 14 as I do even about games like T.H.A.R. Where all the time I was playing T.H.A.R. Well, I say all the time, I say the beta for T.H.A.R. There was no point ever in 14 where I felt like that. From a game perspective. In 14, obviously the story, like Endwalker and Shadowbringers, that's always be a good memory, but the game itself was always kind of like a coping mechanism. That's why Guild Wars 2 is so different for me from 14. Guild Wars 2 was always the game I played to have fun. 14 was the game I played because I had to. Not because of the streaming, had to because it's just like I just had to play 14. Like I'm just addicted to it, yeah, right? It's just different. The problem with Mod Hunt is it ends. You think we'll ever have a Monster Hunter MMO? Yeah, well, there were a couple of stand-up moments, I guess, on stream. You never really necessarily know a moment that's going to be like a defining memory until it's past. Honestly, dude, spring of 2019, at the time, I didn't think it was that great because I was thinking about it from a business standpoint. I wasn't getting any followers. So I thought, this is just kind of like a waste of time. But now I'm looking back at spring of 2019, all the things that we actually accomplished as far as like the community and things I did and conversations we had. And it's like, fuck, man. That's not coming back. That was something that you should have appreciated when you had it. It's like, that's kind of rough, dude. Well, if it was Chinese MMOs, man, I played so many. And they were all terrible. Well, this is something I'm trying to like wrap my head around, is that I have to stop thinking about like some event in the future will fix the woes that I have now and it's going to just come to me if I wait. I think I'm realizing since the pandemic that waiting around for things to happen, all it does is age you up and nothing happens. In fact, things actually might get worse while you're waiting because you're letting things slide backwards. If you're going to search for your happiness, you have to be proactive about it. And it might be difficult and maybe you won't succeed, but that whole expression about like, to thee who waits, good things cometh. I don't understand that proverb. I don't understand what they're trying to say. Because waiting around never does anybody any good. Maybe the proverb is trying to say that if you put in the effort and you're patient, then good things will come. It's like keep your nose to the grindstone so you're available for opportunities when they finally come to you. I mean, that makes sense. You work hard while waiting for your luck to come. But you don't just wait for your luck to come. Like, that's really bad advice. I think people often get that twisted. They say, like, oh, I'll just do what I'm doing because, you know, I'm due to get something good in my life. It's like, not necessarily. You could be due for some dog shit. So maybe go out and find your fortune before it's too late. I understand. Nobody asked even a little bit about that. Sorry. I was just thinking about it. Like, I don't always know, like, what the proper way is to go forward. But I know that you can't just wait around where you are if you're seeking something better. Because not only will you not get it, you might actually fall backwards. That's what I'm trying to say. Especially after what happened the last 2 months. I'm really getting the sense that time is moving along. And you gotta, get your hands on shit or you're just gonna get swept away. Yeah, I played Frontier. Frontier kind of felt somewhat MMO-like. In the sense that, it had co-op, so that's about where that ended. No, wait. I'm thinking about Rise. Yeah, I played Rise. That was it. We did that on stream for a couple times. They had to drag me to that. I hated it. Wiz and crew, they loved it. I hated it. I dropped the egg down the slide. I'll never financially recover from that. Well, yeah, and see, I don't have a lot of experience with this, per se, but yeah, waiting on people to change so that your fortune can change, that's the same kind of folly. Like waiting on somebody to like get their shit together, not a good idea. It's either you're a good influence and you're okay with that, or you know, it's just not going to happen. I think too many relationships are focused on like, well, I'll change or she'll change. It's like, probably not. If you're a good enough influence, that's really all you can do. And it's just up to you to find the right people. Again, I heard this from a little bird. I wouldn't know it on my own. Because I don't see anybody anymore. I have forgotten what human faces look like. A hot gamer GF. Well, you're probably going to have to get somebody from Nightwatch. Shouldn't call it Nightwatch. I guess we're Third Haven now. Better name, chat. No. Yeah. No, well, this was years ago. This was when I still had people, like, on stream with me. Different times. What weapon did I use? I don't remember. I was dog shit at all weapons. Who was the little bird? Also me. I was also the little bird. People on the server are taken. I don't even know if most people on the server are people. Are you kidding me? Oof. Man, I'm getting tired. I'm trying to figure out what to say and I'm blanking. Chat, I hate to do this. I always say this, but I might actually have to go because I'm thinking about like I probably should get some sleep before something I have to do today. Because the other option is I could stream for another 5 hours and like risk having a dog shit day. Or at least go and get like some rest now. Because I planned to start earlier, but I had some tech problems, so I lost like an hour. And I hate to leave because we're all actually like talking now. I always do this. I always like get tired the minute like things pick up. But I'm probably gonna have a stream either tomorrow or the day after and like try to get back into the rhythm. At least the somewhat kind of rhythm that we had like 2 months ago. So there's probably going to be a delay at some point in the future because I'm going to be moving at some point. But other than that, there shouldn't be any reason why we can't set up like a semi-regular schedule of like trying to play Guild Wars 2, but actually just like sitting here and talking bullshit. Anyway, I appreciate it, chat. It's been a tough 2 months. I don't really want to talk about it. I know that sounds kind of whatever. Some of you know what happened. Some of you don't. But I just want to say I'm okay. It wasn't... I mean, it was really bad, but it could have been a lot worse. And we're sort of getting through it. It's going to take more time for some people in the family. But I know for me that the best thing to do is like to get back to what you're doing to keep your mind occupied. And, you know, I kind of had 2 months to like get back to this. So I think that shouldn't be any reason why we can't like have a semi-regular schedule going forward. And probably in the spring at some point, I'm going to be moving into a place that's not dog shit. And then I'm going to get fucking jacked and huge. And I'm going to get camera back. And you're going to do it, chat. Anyway, yeah. Hope you had fun. If you didn't, whatever. I'll see you guys later. Wait. Go to the Discord, yeah. Okay, see you guys later.